Just checking the sound here now.
Obviously, nobody has put
Okay.
anything.
Okay, welcome to the 26th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And yes, we are up to 26 already. It's amazing, I think. And here we are. We're ready to switch right over to Mr. Kesh at the Spaceship Institute in Italy, along with a couple or maybe even several other knowledge seekers as the night goes on here, or morning as the case may be in Italy. And we were just talking a bit with Mr. Kesh before the show here, and we're going to add an audio section to the first of the show in order to tie into some health aspects of what's happening due to a question that was asked before the show. So anyway, Mr. Kesh will explain a little more about that now.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, okay. It's Marco, I believe.
Yeah.
As opposed to Mr. Kesh. That's fine. Go ahead, Marco.
Did you want to say anything else, Rick?
No, I'm done. I just
For
wanted to
introduction?
introduce you there.
Yeah, sorry for delay. As Rick said, we were discussing some health issue in the past 15-20 minutes, so that's why this delay, and we will try to add this in the recording afterwards. So we are here back at the Spaceship Institute after summer holiday, and all of us are here. Armen, Ivan, John, Mr. Kesh, and me, and on Monday we started to do some tests with the torch. We had some. There are some videos that Ivan has uploaded on YouTube. There is one, okay, and we'll try to post also some others from John. He will post the link to Google Drive. Actually, what we were doing, we were trying to charge the capacitor or the battery of the torch with nano-layered wires, and we achieved some results. I think Ivan and John will explain more in the after, well, with their explanation. Also, Armen has brought his reactors here, and they're almost ready to run. So we will let you know about results. Yesterday we were talking how to organize teachings for coming weeks and months, and we'll try to have daily teachings, and each day 2-3 hours. I hope that you will manage to follow us. We will see how will this develop further in the coming weeks. But anyway, especially health teachings are very important for doctors to apply health aspects that Keshe Foundation developed, and this can help a lot of people. So that's from me at the moment. Maybe I can give microphone to John. He will explain something more about experiments with nano-coated wires.
So, hello. I'm, as Marco said, at the Institute, coming back from holidays. And as some of you already know, we are working on the power cells. I have a way of doing it. Ivan has another way, well, with similarities. And I have, in fact, a few pictures. I might have to add more pictures about the different details. So in a moment I'll be posting a link, and in fact, to go to the beginning for the explanation and to understanding of the power cells. We are using nano-coated copper wire, nano-coated copper wire that is put in contact with an uncoated material. I'm using a copper wire, thin copper wire, winded over a nano-coated copper wire. So I have copper, and in between the nano-coating on the one side. The cells I've been doing is in fact putting together 4 different individual cells, and those individual cells are all connected in series. So I have on the one side a nano-coated copper wire with the end of that nano-coated copper wire that has been scratched so that the nano-coating is taken away on a small length, not more than 1 centimeter in what I've been doing. And that side is just soldered. Some solder on that piece of the nano-coated wire just allows to have a good contact later. And that soldered and coated part of the coated wire is in fact what will become the positive side of my individual cell. The negative side is in fact the wire which is wound around the nano-coated wire, and the nano-coated wire will happen to show it is negative. So in fact in the cells we are making, even me, we don't use any diode because we see clearly a positive and negative side for each cell. So there might be some alternating voltage that could be eventually seen with an oscilloscope, but as with the multimeter and the voltmeter, we clearly see a positive side. We've just been using that positive, and look what happens. So in the pictures you might have started to look at, the different videos, in fact, are linked to this power cell. I have a few videos about the nanocoating. I have also a video of the cells where we clearly see the increase in voltage. We are loading capacitors with those cells. So remind that I put 4 cells in series, and we see the loading of the capacitors. It goes slowly. The capacitors I've been using are 10,000 microfarads, and as the current is relatively low, it takes a certain time to get loaded, and that's one aspect we have to see how to increase that current. Another aspect is that if we put the cells in series and if we measure the voltage of each individual cells, each individual cell will give a certain voltage, and when we put them all in series, the total amount of voltage of the 4 cells together does not show an arithmetic sum of all the individual voltage we can collect. So that might be due to a certain amount of variation on that voltage given by the cell. So if all those variation doesn't come together with the full 4 cells in series, it might be explained that way. Anyway, I have made a cell with 1 capacitor and I made a power cell, a global power cell with 4 individual loading elements and 1 capacitor of 10,000 microfarad. And I have been doing a second cell with 4 elements and using a small capacitors for each of the cells. And the 4 capacitors with each one having a small value capacitor are so put in series, and I have around and from the first cell to the last cell 1 big capacitor of also 10,000 microfarad. The loading we observe is very slow, and it depends on what time in the day we can collect something. We can observe that if we blow slowly, allowing that in our breath a lot of moisture comes, we can see a variation in the voltage given by each cells. That allow us to understand that the environment in which each cell is placed has some importance. That's why those cells, all those elements, are put into a container. So in the container, the cells will be able to create a condition, a McGrath condition, that will allow the interaction of the McGrath of the Sun or the McGrath of the Earth, depending on the hour of the day. So those cells really show that we have some current flowing charges that goes onto the capacitors. This takes a certain time because of the big value of the capacitors. Well, big, it's relative to the flow of energy coming. So that's what I wanted to explain. The container are closed. All the containers can be kept open and we have different conditions. But when it is closed, we can see that we have a flow which is okay. I hope I went around the questions. So, are there any other questions?
Excuse me, I was wondering about the atmosphere inside the chamber that you're using there. You mentioned you could leave it open or you could close it. Is there always moisture inside? Is there hydroxide or like sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide or some mixture that's in there, or is it a dry situation inside?
Well, what I wanted to have is a dry situation. So in one of the bottles I have a dry situation. In the other, there is a slight moisture that was in the bottle before I put the elements in. My view is to show that the cells work perfectly without any water or without any ionized elements. So we don't have any. You asked about caustic or whatever. We have used the cells, the nano-coated wire that has been made quite a few years ago, and that's because they were available. We had to choose because some of them had a problem with the coating. You can see in the pictures I've released there that the cells are, as I already described, that it's a nano-coated wire with a copper wire, thin copper wire wound around. By doing the winding, we can damage the nano coating of the center wire, and I presume that we might have some problems by doing that, because in some cells I have seen that I had no voltage. Then I had to move a little bit the copper wire and then the voltage started to appear. So we have to find a way to do things. That's why I have prepared a new way to do it, which is the other way around. Copper-coated thin wire that would be wound around a non-coated copper wire. And those elements I have been putting them into the caustic. That's why you see one picture where you have all those small elements that are being prepared to make new cells in another way that won't need a manipulation of the nano-coated wire, or a minimum that would be just to have the copper wire inserted into those kinds of springs, which are in fact the nano-coated wires winded for preparation of the insertion of a copper uncoated wire. So the question raised that is it dry or not? For me, the best way to show the functioning of these cells is to have cells that are in a dry environment, because we don't need any electrolytes to allow the voltage to come in. So have you received an answer to what you asked?
Yeah, I'd say so. Of course, it always invokes a bunch of other questions. Like, I'm wondering what the optimum pressure would be with between the nano-coated copper and the copper, for example, when one is wound around the other. Do you want them to actually touch and partially compress the nanolayers, or is it better to have the pure copper wire close to those nanowires but not actually touching, just to receive the fields or the electrons or something? Is there an optimum crush ratio, crush percentage? If you have 30,000 layers, is it okay to crush the first 10,000 to make a more definite contact, let's say?
I haven't been counting the number of layers that have been crashed or not.
I get lost after 7, so yeah, it's almost impossible to measure without some very sophisticated equipment. So, but still, I mean, you must have some sense of whether you're crushing the layers or not. Or you mentioned, for example, that sometimes the voltage goes to nothing. Well, that would indicate there is a more of a metal-to-metal contact, let's say. And I know with, for example, with a crystal radio in the old days, you'd have an actual chunk of germanium crystal and a little probe that you would probe the crystal with, and the pressure had to be very exact, and the angle and everything, and then bingo, this radio station would suddenly come in, or some sort of static at least. And if you weren't on, then it would create this direct contact, and you would have no response, and so on. So I'm assuming it would be somewhat similar to that, in that there would have to be just sort of the right contact. And that could be tested by just seeing if it works, I suppose, when you're done.
Mm-hmm. The nanolayers, what happens is that we have a conversion from the plasma to a matter level, and that is what allows the current to start to flow and that we see, in fact, that aspect in the current we can measure. If the electrons are just in the plasma level, we don't have the conversion. So the crashing is in fact to allow a conversion from a plasma to a matter state. And that's an energy level, and that energy is the energy that we want to collect. Another thing is you talked about the radio detectors that were used. That was Galena. It's also a kind of semiconductor, well, in fact, a p-n junction that we try to create. And that's why in these cells we can observe that we have a polarity because we have a kind of p-n junction, and we have that conversion from a plasma level to a matter energy level that is then collected. And that energy collected can vary all the time because even the field, the magnetic and gravitational field of the Earth, which are the parts we are interested in the collection with these nanomaterial, is varying all the time. So that's why we can have a voltage that would be varying if you look at it with an oscilloscope. But that would be another step, and we haven't got handy an oscilloscope unless Ivan wishes to have with a low bandwidth oscilloscopes to see something, but it's not done yet at our level. And Vikesh says that we will never have an oscilloscope here. So you have an explanation and an understanding of what's happening? Does it help?
Well, I can say you have a scope there as far as you have a computer. You just use your sound card as a scope.
Yeah, I think he's saying that he doesn't want to have an oscilloscope there, though, rather than it's...
Because when you have a scope, you work in a matter condition again, and that's what we don't want to do.
Yeah, could you say that a little louder, Mr. Kesh? That was pretty important.
We want to be in the plasma level, not in the matter level. An oscilloscope brings us back to the matter level.
Right, I see. That's maybe wonder about more than the question that we were asking, actually, because this is sort of at the core of many people's criticisms and complaints about the Kesh Foundation and Mr. Kesh's techniques is there's not enough of the so-called scientific method where we have lots of numbers and lots of theories, lots of formulas, and lots of data generated constantly. So this goes against that tendency, and the idea of this oscilloscope is sort of just accents that, and it's a classic example of the difference of technique and approach to this new technology. You know, part of me says, well, an oscilloscope should be handy. I mean, I've got one too, an old oscilloscope here, but you know, we haven't hooked it up or even tried to hook it up to nanomaterials or whatever. The person before me had it hooked up to look at sound waves on their stereo. So.
Okay, let me explain the reason. We, as you know, we've been working with an Italian scientist here over the past year and a half. Last summer, not this summer, this last summer, last year, we had a professor in physics of, actually nuclear physics of Italy, being present, and it's the guy who you hear when we show the weight reduction. He was going shouting and cuddling and kissing everybody in the lab. They brought oscilloscopes into the lab, 2 of them, a military one, very powerful, and one from the university. And they did everything, all the tests, and then they packed it up. They said, with this plasma technology, the oscilloscope doesn't work. We can't see anything, but we see the effects and the results where there is nothing there on the oscilloscope. So that's the reason why we've seen it. They've been here for about 6 months, and they just were sitting on the shelves because there's experts, the scientists, the professors, and the engineers. They literally put them aside because they said this plasma, the way it's produced, is not showing the things we are used to. So that's the reason. It's not being arrogant, and people, they have to come up with the new ways of things. It's like yesterday we had one of the leading professors in the space and the fusion technology here with us, 2 of them. And after explaining and is going through the lab, he says to me, the way you use the word plasma, you have to come up with a new name, because you create something, you call it a plasma, but it's not a plasma. I'm one of the leading fusion plasma technologists in the world, understand it, but we see it working. The way you made the word like GANs, now try to come up with a new word for the type of plasma you create, because it's not a standard, but it shows a lot of different effects and works. So I said, it's what we show, and we were talking with John and the others afterwards, and we said we call it MAGRAV plasma, which is gravitational magnetic field plasma. And one of the things, again, we noticed yesterday in the lab is that the professors were telling me that we measure the gravitational field of the Earth in so many thousand Teslas or whatever, and you just show 0.4 megagas. And I didn't say anything because I understood the professor didn't grasp the whole totality. But in fact, what we measure, which is very low, is the difference between gravitational and magnetic field of our system environment and the environment of the lab. So our measurements is actual measurements with a balanced residual between the gravitational and magnetic field. So it has to be very, very little at the bandwidth which we measure. So this is what is the difference. You have to work within the new realm, or you can still work, is the difference between the valves and microchip. You got to work in one or the other, or understand when you're working with microchips and when you're working with diodes and big bulbs and we used to have in what they call it on the televisions and the rest of it. This is a new understanding, and the people who want to have a feet on both what do you call it, dimensions, will find it very difficult. We've seen it with the scientists here, and I see more and more with the nuclear physicists who try to understand the new technology. And the professor here yesterday was a clear. He's highly involved, well known in plasma technology, and for him was difficult to understand the difference. So the electronics we had here, the what do you call it? The oscilloscopes we had here, and they went on the shelf because the scientists who brought it in and using it could not use it because we work in a different. We work within a MAGRAV, magnetic gravitational balance. Everything you create, all the energies you absorb in nanomaterials into your system, they are in the MAGRAV level, magnetic gravitational. But all your systems are set to work for magnetic or gravitational. That's why even if you start using your voltmeters in certain systems, like when you test the Coca-Cola bottles, in a very active Coca-Cola bottles, if you have a power supply into your reactors which produce a plasma which passes the boundary, and if you're too close to it, you'll find out all your power supplies run out with the current, and you have to get them fixed as we used to do. You understand, you're trying to understand a concept of balance with a concept of separation of the fields which you are used to. And this does not work, because now we have to develop technologies which we show we have to create tools and equipments that will show the balance between gravitational and magnetic field. Because you cannot measure magnetic field and say so much and then gravitational field. So put the two fields together, the balance of it is the atmosphere of the Earth. We have to measure the magnetic gravitational balance of the plasma. And oscilloscopes work in a level which is a matter, when the plasma does not convert into the matter level plasma. And this is where you have the problem.
Is it possible that maybe one of us or somebody could invent a conversion device that would plug into the oscilloscope?
In time you will. In time
energy?
you got to realize, even though we've done 28 sessions and I worked 10 years openly in this respect, or 14 years in respect to this plasma technology, we are at the early stages of this knowledge. In time, the way, if you go back to Manchester University and look at the first computer, which was only used to do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, is the size of a house. It's like a 2-story house. Go to Manchester University and say, can I see the first computer? Just to do four summation. And now you look at what your computers do. We are at the earlier stages. Scientists have to come in. The scientists are coming in. They're looking into it. But you have to, allow other scientists to join us, to develop, to understand. And the new generation of scientists have to develop these things, not the ones who are already in a position, because they have to protect the position they're in. It is very hard to establish the line of measurement, but in time it will come. As I said yesterday, the professors look at the reading and they see 0.49 Gauss, and they got to him, because he's used to such a high level of magnetic field in Teslas in fusion reactors. This is not acceptable. This is nothing. But if a scientist understands you're looking at the balance of between the magnetic gravitational field, which is very minimal, then you understand this is a new game. And to make tools to do these measurements, it takes us, as I say, this generation, as we are developing it, and people like you who are on these forums and listen to these sessions, we are in a schizophrenic two legs in two worlds, and we cannot even understand the separation between the two worlds. In time, the scientists will develop, the engineers will make the data, because we need the data to be able to understand where we want to be, that's the data I want to be there. You put, as you do it now with your, GPS, you put numbers in and you know where you are. These kind of things have to be developed at the maggrav level, not magnetic gravitational field. You don't put gravitational magnetic field of the Earth and then expect to end up on Earth. Huh? You have to put the maggrav balance of the destination. And this is important.
Is it possible to progress forward, let's say, with this technology?
We are doing it in a very rapid way.
Well, without the use of numbers and, like you say, the matter level tools and so on, I mean, there's already proof of that in terms of creating the nanomaterial coatings and so on. It's not that technical in one sense. It's, you've shown it's relatively simple. But yet, to use that in the correct way and all the different ins and outs, the subtleties of it, is it possible to proceed forward to serious applications of this technology without the measurement part involved with it?
This is what is getting done. A lot of people sit around the foundation and they say, can you do this, can you do that? We are not magicians. I showed last time the torch to you. We're going to open the cameras that you can see all the bottles. I don't know, we can't go because we don't have a bandwidth. Marco tells me to do it now. that you can see these capacitors. You get a piece of wire and connect to a capacitor and see if it charges up. You take 5 to 10 centimeters of the nano-coated material the way we do it, and you see the capacitor charges up. So the properties are there. How are we going to measure it? How are we going to develop a standard system that every time you do it, it works? Is very much like what Yvonne was saying yesterday. At the beginning, when they used to make the television screens, they used to produce so many because they couldn't standardize it. They used to throw so much of it away because it would not work. And gradually they mastered the technology. Now we're doing the same thing. I said to the knowledge seekers yesterday, and since they came, that whatever they produce to show they can absorb energy through these nanomaterials, that they can charge up a capacitor. Between them, they choose 3 of them, and they literally today I received the documentation. They will be flown to Tokyo. Not mine, because my agreement with the company and the Japanese authorities is what we send is not done by me, that there is any trick into it. It'll be done by the knowledge seekers, and they know I kept away from it for past 3 days. So 3 of the capacitors which they talked about producing, they choose it today. It'll be packed and it'll go to Tokyo, and the new electronic system for energy production will be arranged in Tokyo by the organization and following up with the nuclear Fukushima situation. So we are getting to there because the people in there, the companies employ thousands of people and they have all the backups. So we're going to that step through commercial side. And the interesting part of the whole thing is our agreement with organizations is what they find out and how they work. It will be shared with the foundation, which has never been done because a company works to make profit. They will be shared with the rest of us that we can pass it on to the other companies around the world to develop it for their own nations in less developed countries. We are getting there. We are getting the cooperation and collaboration to start measuring dataing. For example, as I told you, the foundation is got directly involved now with Ebola. As of next 48 hours, by 72 hours, the first clinical trials of Ebola done by professors, physicists, nuclear physicists, and doctors in chemistry and in physics, and medical doctors in Africa will start. We have, we literally, what I'm doing, I'm teaching the professors and the university structure in Africa how to make the systems, how to use it, the dosage of the use, the purpose of the use, and how they are doing it. So the way they blocked for the material to be moved, now I'm teaching directly the head of universities and the professors in the universities to produce these materials locally at no cost and be an African solution for the African nations. This blocking allowed us to get to do it much faster. So when these professors and these scientists in the universities start producing the material and developing it and testing it for disinfection and to test on the human trials in Africa direct, is a natural product, is a normal product, and doesn't need any licenses. You don't need a license to eat an apple. So because these things are produced naturally from natural products, it gets done in Africa. They'll give us the data, and immediately, if we see success, it'll be shared with the Nigerian, Congolese government officials, and the rest of the West Africa, which is entangled with this Ebola situation. So the data from Ebola will come into public from the Keshe Foundation side within the next week or 2 or 3. So we have started collaboration at the level. We are ready to go. You have to, I hear this criticism, why you don't commercialize it, if it's so good, why we can't see it in the market. We had to do the groundwork, and that groundwork took Dirk and me and the other 2 Keshe Foundation founders in Belgium, Olivier and Tom, to work literally to the ground to support every side of it, to bring it, to be able to show it. And then we opened a center in Belgium with the help of Ivan. And now we are here, the next stage of development. Now you have the knowledge seekers. Now we start teaching the next step. And then is gathering momentum, and acceptance of the technology is not finding measurement. Us to do it now is in the hand of the people and the government, and it's coming, as I said from the beginning of years ago. The people will accept this technology not because of the love of it, but the fear of their own life, and we've seen it. Fear of Fukushima, now fear of Ebola. And this is how we come in, and the people accept it because it is there, and the evaluation in China, in Japan, is done by the request of the government, because thanks to the beautiful one Yukoko, who came here and then went to Japan and took the data. The data is fully analyzed by the Japanese authorities in detail. They went back to the labs, took everything what they wanted to understand, and they confirmed it's correct. So this is how it's going to be. It's going to be done by people, and we have to develop new technologies to understand the working of it. And the physicality of it, just get a capacitor and put a wire on it. If you can charge it, then we are wrong. But if you add a piece of 2-3 centimeter of nano layer material, which we produce it our way, and you can charge a capacitor, then if you can, it's not just a voltage, it's a current and a voltage that you charge up. I see Ivan has got one of his capacitors in front of him, and he's putting his finger up, going up. The measurement is going up to John. So these are the things now we have to develop measurements for, and it's done. I wish. Armin, can you open your camera? Can it be seen? Can they see you? Yeah. Open your camera and show the capacitor and the reading of Ivan to them. If you can reach, if you don't touch the bandwidth, that we don't fall out.
You can try it.
Yeah, try to see. Yeah, if you fall out, we come back. Well, okay, one to do, don't put pressure on the bandwidth, yeah? Are you on? Is your camera open, or you got kicked out? Is your camera open? Open, show, open your video. This there, okay, show the system. Okay. What is important is that you see how Armand does it. By the way, we welcome you for the first time into Keshe Foundation teaching room. You've never been here with us. So we are all in the classroom now. We are learning. So if you can show, yes, it's there. I see you there. You're in the bottom corner. Okay. So you can show the capacitor you made. You got to take it and the meter.
We have an image on live stream full screen now too, so that's good. It's a little bit pixelated, but it's okay to see, sort of.
It's frozen picture at the moment. 2 hands. I think are we with you?
No,
or
it's good if you don't move, actually.
Oh,
you're
it's
good if you don't move on it.
There. Don't move on it. So you can see the voltage, and you can see the charge. This is the capacitor with a little nano wire being charged. And these can be added in series and parallel. John is on the way to move to show his. The reason you see these Coca-Cola bottles again around these capacitors is to create the environment that the environmental fields are reduced enough to be at the length, at the level that the nanomaterials can absorb most of it. This is, if you've seen the torch is the same thing. You can see John's capacitor next to it. As you understand, Coca-Cola bottles and drinking bottles in this place has been the feature from day one with the first systems. And you see charging up a capacitor doesn't happen if it's just a voltage. And we've seen it now. One of the sets they made, I think 10, 20, 30 capacitors working like this in past 2 or 3 days. Whichever they choose, 3 will go to Japan for mass production and development of the further part of technology. The European governments ignore the technology, but the nations which are highly in need of the energy are seeing it as a breakthrough, and you can make what do you call it, solar cells with these things, what we call maglev cells, that they can see the demand of the nation is so simple that the mass production will not take years. It will be very fairly rapidly into the market. There is a position that the Japanese are spending huge amount of their income, for national income, on importing oil. And they are pushing to open one of the nuclear reactors in October if they can get authorization, because the financial burden on the nation is so heavy. If we can put such a thing out that people can locally produce, and then the company which is working with us is leading nanocell, what do you call it, solar cell producer in Japan, then they can just change the whole thing very rapidly and meet the demand at night. This is something which we saw yesterday, and it's been surprising for Ivan and John, is what I said before. Sometime between 5 and 7 o'clock in the evening, due to the operation of the sunset and sunrise, you get very low interaction of the energy absorption, because you're absorbing the energy from both sides. So we saw no charges. The systems were literally on a standby condition. And I explained to them that I've been telling you this for a long time, that between these times, because of the pressure of the magnetic gravitational field of the sun and the earth balancing, you don't get much interactions from both sides. It's a balanced situation. And we physically saw it yesterday, because the what do you call it, the Coca-Cola bottles and the capacitors were on the floor, and Ivan said, it does not working, it's just something is not working. I said, this is about the time when the two fields move in and away from each other, and you see it. Strange enough, yesterday when we had the scientists with us in the lab, one of the scientists just moved about 10 centimeters near one of the reactors, which is a GANS reactors, and suddenly the speed and the rotation of the reactor changed, because you hear the thing, and he was surprised. I said, when we explained to you that we create gravitational magnetic field, in your body interaction, magnetic gravitational field with the system, which is your aura, affects the operation of the reactor. So that's why it's slowed down, because it's found a new balance. And he was shocked to see how he could see the maglev of his own body in react to be shown physically in interaction with another maglev. These systems are highly, highly advanced, but actually very simple and part of our own lives. Now we have to do it. I see, what do you call it, figures which are moving up or down for John and the things. This is how we're going to start teaching from now on. What we say, you will see what it is. Make mistakes, we show it. We succeed, we show it. Because this is a live research development. As I said, next week, there is, I don't know what Ivan has organized with Elia. If Rick can organize with Elia, we start the first medical teaching, health teaching tomorrow. This is very important, and Elia and Ivan and other doctors or scientists, medical people who want to join us or listen to it, contact Rick, and we'll try to move it, but we try, this is a discussion that knowledge seekers have to sort out between themselves, to have one teaching session every day from next week. We might do 2 or 3 next week, but the following week. And we need the help of Davina, that one of these sessions is for children. So we can bring children around the world who understand. We promote it for the children to understand the new plasma technology, and My youngest son, who's 8 and has been around the foundation for a long time, understands the plasma, and we heard him explaining to the other children what the plasma is and how it affects the work of the universe and the solar system, because it's been in too many lectures, and it's been when we wrote the patent.
Perhaps he could lead that lecture. That would certainly be interesting, the one for the children.
Yes, he will be. He says to me yesterday, when am I going to start teaching, Papa? You told me I can. I said we got to wait for Davina to organize it. This is in the hand of Davina.
Yeah.
Davina has to put a structure around it, and we bring other children around the world that they can ask questions.
Or
we
teach.
said we're going to take...
There could be other
they don't
ones
teach,
that are ready now already, because the knowledge seems to come through without having to be directly transferred from someone, it seems.
It seems to be that to teach and then they have to change the mind of what they've been taught again is the problem. So if you can teach from basic, we can do it. And this is the progress we see. We told you we're going to change a lot of things. And these are coming slowly. We are back here. Our priority this week has been, because even Ivan was asking me, or John was asking me yesterday, when are we going back to the reactors we've been developing whole time? Now we are not in the lab, we don't use them. I said, we've done enough, now we do something else. And then we go back on some, because the whole concentration became in building reactors and seeing things. We've seen things. Now we learn about the health. You see now with the nanotechnology, there is a lot about this nanotechnology which I have to teach you. This is not even crawling, let alone walking on the hands and knees in respect to these nanomaterials. These nanomaterials, the way they are showing to you and capturing energy, we show you how you transmit energy with them, through them. The reverse is applicable too. Yesterday we were talking with Armin in how you produce ozone in a certain way and how dangerous it is. But at the same time you produce atomic hydrogen that is advantageous for space technology. How you can use your nanomaterials to produce atomic hydrogen instead of going through to Coca-Cola bottle. This is another nightmare for weapon technology people, because it's so easy to produce atomic hydrogen, which can be used for atomic bomb, a hydrogen bomb. And we teach how this is used, because we don't do it for that purpose. We don't show it for that purpose. But we show it because we need this hydrogen in the dynamic reactors for creation of lift. It's easier to produce atomic hydrogen than molecular hydrogen. The problem is, well, now we have opened the books. A lot of old books has to be kept as a historical, but as a development of man's knowledge in the progress of technology and science. We don't throw our... We are here because of the backbone of the knowledge we had from the past. And now we're going to the next step, but partially we have to learn slowly to move from one world to another to work off a plasma. And the way gravitational magnetic field works, then working with... We've been hopping on one leg or the other one. One leg was gravity, and then we hopped on the other leg was magnetic field or magnetical. Now we are teaching that when you hop in one leg, you can jump a little, maybe faster, for a few steps. If you jump with the other one, you have the same. You get tired, you have to jump on the other leg to jump further. Now with the MagRap technology, we learn you how to use your both legs, then now you can run. This is the difference. This is where the knowledge is going to be added to. And to learn to walk with two legs is sometimes very hard for especially people who had one leg all their life. You put an extra leg to a man who lost his leg through amputation, and now tell him to run. He's used to one leg hopping. Now you start learning with two. And this takes a lot of learning and understanding. I give the headphone back to John. He can explain his things as he's showing it.
So, I was showing, in fact, the bottle. This one has been scotch taped and closed this way. The bottle is, in fact, a bottle which is with no moisture in it, and this one has some moisture. So I'll try to put all together in the picture. So this side is in fact a bottle where there is still some moisture. I didn't have it dried completely. And this one was done 2 days ago. This one was made yesterday. And the voltage on both is slightly different, but we can see that the voltage is increasing on this side. Not for the moment. I don't see an increase coming in this side. I have been showing the voltage a moment ago. We can put the voltage. This is the positive, and this is the negative side. So you can see that we are at 100 and then if you see we are 136, 137. That voltage seems to be stable for the moment. And
yeah, that's a very good picture. Thank you, John.
And now I'll put the meter on the other. So
this is the camera. You can look it up and move it.
Okay. So I'll try not to move now. And you can see we are at 58 millivolts. These are millivolts. And earlier I was at 56. It climbs a little, very little, but it sometimes climbs more, goes up further when we just stay and hold the bottle with the system. So
I got a question for you, John.
Sorry?
I just have a quick question. Is there a load on that capacitor in there, or is it just with capacitors?
Capacitors, and in fact the load is just the meter, so it's a very low load. So we can see if the voltage increases, we see it, but loading that 10,000 microfarad takes long also.
Right, the other bottle that you had with the no vapor in it, or the no water vapor, does it have a light running in it?
Well, I'm at 138 or 37 millivolt.
Yes, does it have a light in?
No. So that's not enough for lighting LED with joule teeth. Maybe it would be possible to have a light coming, but it would be the time needed to discharge the capacitor.
Right, and it takes time to charge the capacitor. But once the capacitor is charged, then it has a discharge time. But you can be charging at the same time, so it increases the time to take to discharge the capacitor.
Okay, and that's in fact something important. And here, no, I wanted to show, in fact, the Ivan's system. So you see, on my system, I have been using nano-coated. I'll try to fix it not to move. Can you? I think the picture should be okay now.
Can you move it over
So-
to the meter just about yeah, just a little bit? There, that's perfect. Thank you.
I'll try to put it closer. Okay. So you can see that in fact I have a straight nano-coated wire with some copper wire, thin copper wire wound around. Do you see that clearly?
Yeah, so the copper coating goes how far in through that winding? All
Well,
the way?
the winding, the copper coated wire is this size. Let's look,
Okay,
for
I see.
example,
Okay.
this one,
Yeah, I see that.
and the winded part is a part only, but I could elongate that kind of string to go further, but I won't touch it because now it is working, and if we fiddle around with this system, we could have something not working anymore.
Okay,
So
and
in
have you
some-
tried enamel wire, wrapping it around with enamel wire?
Well, I've been trying different wires, but I have also a brass wire, but that brass wire is too hard. If I wind it on this nano-coated wire, in fact, I break much more the nano-coating, and for the moment, I didn't have any results at that level because I have a short circuit. In fact, when you make the measurement, you should have near infinite resistance between the inner nano-coated side and the winding around that nano-coated, because the nano-coating should be high resistance.
Yes.
If you have a short circuit, you'll immediately have a leak and no charge will be appearing.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I've run across that myself. But what I found is that I used the same diameter wire that was not coated, used the magnet wire to wrap it around, and then slid it over top, just tightening it down with my hands, and that seemed to actually give me a voltage off of that enamel coated wire. So there was nothing touching the layers. It was a layer of enamel, and I still got a little bit of voltage off that. But I've also found that sandwiching is very, very good in terms of producing a voltage to charge a battery. Even I'm charging a 1.5 volt battery with my sandwiches.
Yes, but,
so what I've also noticed is that they increase the voltage. So they add to the voltage of the battery if you run the battery in series, or it charges the battery if you run the battery in parallel to the circuit. And 2 sandwiches for me can get 1.4, 1.5. So I've seen 1.7 volts off of it.
Yes, with your cells, you have a better result than what we have here, seems, at least.
But we went the sandwich way because I've been that way before with my other devices, and by wrapping it around, trying to understand exactly what you did there is wrapping the wire around the coated end of the copper coated, and then having an uncoated end as well. As you definitely produce some voltage and current, like I said, but it's even there with the enamel, which tells me that there's more of the magnetic field getting onto that enameled wire than an actual current. So it just seems to pick it up no matter what.
Yes. So, could you explain once again your sandwich? Don't
I
bite in it?
have a couple of different types, but I'll explain the one that works the best so far. The connections, just like you have there, the connections are the major problem, or being able to keep the sandwich intact. It just is probably just a production error in terms of prototyping. But I have a aluminum strip, so I think it's 24 or 30 gauge aluminum, and I've put 2 pieces of copper coated foil that I've lapped with white GANs to you can see some of the coating comes off in the water of the GANs, but you can see that it's coated quite nicely with the GANs. So I've put 2 sheets of those together, and then the aluminum on the outside of that. And I get a lot of current through that device. With a 4.7 kilo ohm load, I've seen 25, 30 microamps with that setup. But when I add the other setup into it for charging the battery, I get lots of voltage and not much current, and that's with an aluminum coated and copper outside, so exactly opposite.
Yes. Okay. Well, let me ask you that white GANs you've been using is with water. Am I right?
Yeah, that's the washed white GANs I've had for a while.
Okay. We have to see that, in fact, with water, what we have here does give more. What I wanted, in fact,
but it dries. See, that's what the one thing is, that it dries very quickly because it's just a very small layer, and you still get that same voltage out of it after it's dry.
Okay, when yours is dry, you still have the voltage, and you don't have any electrolyte anymore in the system.
Nope, just GANs.
Okay. Well, it might be interesting to go that way also and see. I would see with my system, yeah, just to drip it into the GANs and see what happens at that level. Even if it's dried, it might be a way to have some interesting things.
I'll send you off
wanted...
a document just that shows exactly what I was talking about in terms of setup. But please go on.
Yes, what I wanted to show essentially with this is that we don't need any water, so we have something which is made completely dry from the beginning. Because for some people, having some water, water is ionic, and having something ionic could remind batteries that have been made up to now. So that was a part of my way of looking at what we are doing. The big difference between what I have here and what Ivan has done is that instead of using the copper as winding around the nanomaterial, he is using soldering wire, which is a alloy of lead and tin. And he has, using that higher voltage. What I wanted to try was to use aluminum wire, but I couldn't find any in Desenzano for the moment. So I have been limited to the different wires I could see. I have galvanized steel wire. I haven't been trying it for the moment, but that one could be tried also. I've been trying to have something working first, and then I can go into different ways to see what would be the best.
So, John, if you want,
Right. I just wanted to
can-
make sure that you guys get all the information, because we're all doing the same thing. Sorry, Ludmil, just one more moment. We're all doing the same thing, and I want to just pass along my experiences to you guys and that kind of stuff, so that we don't all have to do the same thing and get the same answers. We can all do different things and get different answers and pass that knowledge along.
Yes, exactly. It's important to go in different directions, but if I would start different directions immediately, I might not go to results interesting enough to show what we want to show, in fact, which is the backgraph.
Yeah, exactly.
And see that just with the fields that we have in the system, we can manage to have some voltage coming out. So
Right.
now we might have to go further to more understanding at another level. An idea that I had, but I haven't managed to put it together for the moment, was to make vaporization of copper or aluminum on the nanocoating to see to collect the energy that way. So we have to see different ways of doing the junction, but anyway, what we can see and what is important, we need to have a nanolayer and go through the nanolayer to collect the energy. We cannot, on the one side, on the copper, which is coated with nanomaterial, on that single copper there, we cannot collect any energy. We have to go and collect energy that will, if I can use that term like you have in electronic, you have to jump from one level to the other level. And that is going through the nanolayer.
Yes. And I didn't want to influence your experiments at all. I just wanted to share my experiences.
Yes, it's not a problem there. But we have to see and try and go further. You have some experience. I have other experience. Well, sometimes one idea on the one side added to another idea on the other side might give something much more interesting also. So putting all together, that's the way life has always been on the earth. And that's the sharing that we have to go to, and to make it active.
So I put that, or some Manuel put that link for me on the chat here for the new design that I had put out. So if you want to take a look and just see what I did, there you go.
Okay. Well, any other questions? Or should I give the microphone maybe to
Ludmil?
No, I think
Ludmil had a
Ludmil,
question.
don't forget
there.
Ludmil.
Yeah, please bring Ludmil in here.
Yeah, just to make your life more miserable, John, where you have the winding of the copper over the nanomaterial to make a really good and nice connection, just use over it shrink tube. That's gonna work perfect. You just add a plastic tubing.
Could you just repeat the last part of your question there?
No, it's not a question. If you want to make a good connection between your winding on the nano wire and the copper wire, put on top shrink tubing and shrink it, and that's gonna give you a very good connection. with the pressure
Yes.
and everything else, and very firm pressure, by the way, forever.
Yes. Okay, thank you. In fact, Yvon has started to use the how do you call that? That shrink tubing, and we haven't heated yet. But Yvon has used it.
No, because I didn't want to do it because then somebody might say there's a battery hidden inside.
Yes, because the question is to have something open and visible, so there cannot be any.
You could consider using
Persons.
clear. They have clear shrink wrap tubing now, so you could use clear stuff perhaps in that case. It would
Yes,
be
but
good to keep it
well,
consistent,
okay.
so you could move around the ends of the wire without it twisting and crushing, and so it'd be more permanent. Perhaps if it could be
Yes,
done that way.
exactly. Yes, thank you, Rick. It's interesting to. What was interesting is, in fact, to see, and so nobody could say there's something hidden there. So transparent, maybe, but we have to find it.
Yeah.
I got some stuff I would like to share with you guys.
Okay.
I got several things. First of all, if you're you should get a lot of power out of it if you can do that.
Yes, but that was my idea, to make the vaporization on the nano coating.
Yeah. And then well, one of the things I did is certain crystals they'll conduct the magnetic energy, the plasma flow. So I went and got some silicon dioxide sand, and I put it in between two layers of copper nanomaterial, and it the plasma goes right through it. You can put the electrode into the sand and then one on the plate and get the plasma through it. And
Okay, but I do have some sand. I have full of it.
Depends what kind of sand it is, though. It needs to be silicon dioxide, or it depends on the geometry of it. Actually, you have to look at the contents. And then, what I did is I stuck some GANs inside the sand and mixed it around and tested it that way, and I got over a volt. And then I put a piece of aluminum inside with it also, and then it went to like 1.4 volts DC.
Yes, okay. We can try. In fact, I have different materials with me. I have some Fe304, which is the ferrous oxide, magnetic ferrous oxide. I have black sands, different kinds of black sands. So we could have a try and see what's...
You need to find a sand that has a geometry that will allow the angles to penetrate the nanomaterial at 60 degrees. That's the proper angle, I believe, to get the most energy out.
Well, I don't know what are the angles of the material I have. We can always try to find...
Just saying ideally, that's what you would look for.
Yeah, yes, maybe. But we can try and see... we have nothing to measure the angles of the material, but as it is crashed or grounded, we might have a mix we can eventually compare that to silicon. You have the monocrystals and the polycrystalline, and both do work. So let's have a try with what is there.
You can, Kesh was talking about the sensors for the plasma fields in the future. You can start create like a registry or whatever you want of the crystals. You can use the crystals. They'll absorb certain fields of magnetic energy, and you can convert that to electrical signals to measure it. So you just figure out which ones you want for which strength, and you build up a profile of them until we get to the future where we can grow our own specifically materials for the sensors.
Yes, that's important to see. In fact, industry of growing crystals is very important in the optic side of the physics. because of the laser and use of all those monochromatic wavelengths. There are many kinds of crystal that are grown now. Well, that's another area. We cannot go into all those areas together, but we need to have some people trying to look into those areas also.
And then I have my donut tubes that are nano coated. It's been a week now; they're still growing. But I can get 600 millivolts just off the nano coating by itself easily. And then if I touch an end with I sealed 2 ends with solder before I did it because I wanted the liquid to get inside 2 of them, and then not the other 2 I wanted to keep it out of. And definitely when you put one on the solder and one on the copper, you get a huge voltage.
Yeah. Well, we do have a better voltage when we have some just water sometimes is enough to increase the voltage, but it's maybe also the fact that we have a better contact.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I cannot.
Silicon dioxide sand has a structure. Quartz silicon dioxide has the same structure as water, basically.
Yeah.
So you can use that, figure out a way.
And
The gas
the crust of the Earth is composed all of oxides, various metal oxides. So it makes sense, and we call it the ground. You can stick a stake into the ground, a copper stake, and that's a ground connection. So it's interesting that the materials of the planet, the actual crust of the planet, are similar to the materials that we're working with the nanomaterials, oxides.
Yes. I had a question. Yeah, was the the GANS material wet or dry when it was mixed with the sand?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Well, with your sand,
Yeah.
you put some GANS material.
Yeah.
Was it wet? Was it with water?
I tried to get as much water out of it as I can, but it was wet. But it wasn't like I literally took a syringe and got almost all the water I could out of it. And then, but with the sand by itself, still you get a better connection. So you can experiment. I just did it really quickly tonight to see what would happen.
Yeah. Okay. It's just to be clear in what we are talking.
Well,
and
I do have some little batteries I made a week or 2 ago that have totally dried GANs. There's no moisture in the thing at all, and it gets a stable 600 millivolts. And they're real tiny. It's just a copper wire with a piece of paper wrapped around one end, and I dipped it in GANs and let it dry and wrapped aluminum foil around it. And then I just took 2 copper wires, one to the aluminum and one to the dried part of the GANs, and that's it. And you get stable energy.
Okay, I'll pass the microphone to Ivan. He is waiting there to be able to talk about different aspects. Okay.
Good morning, or good evening, or good night, whatever. Yes, so what I just wanted to repeat what I did and what the results were. So I'll put that bottle here so that it's visible. I think this way it's perfectly visible. So I started by taking just little pieces, 4 or 5 centimeters of the coated nano-coated copper wire. Then I scraped one end, a few millimeters. I soldered the wire to that one end, and then I started putting some fine soldering wire, just winding some fine soldering wire around it. The reason I did that was because I thought, this would be the softest and would have the least probability to scratch the nano layer. And as I did that and I measured it, I measured immediately something like 300 millivolts, 400 millivolts, and sometimes nothing. So as I had made the first one and measured 400 millivolts, I said, okay, now I make 10 more and I have 4 volts. So I just made 10. I made 15 more, and without measuring anything, just one after the other. So then I started measuring them, and it turned out that the majority of them were not giving anything. And so then when I took the ohm meter, I saw that quite a few of them were in short circuits. So I had scratched the layer, or the layer was not perfect to begin with. Then I ended up with I think 5 or 6 that were working. But not all were giving the same reading in as far as voltage is concerned. Some gave 400 millivolts, some gave 300, some gave only 150. So I said, okay, let's put them in series to get 1 volt. Now, when I did that, it turned out that didn't work. So one gave, let's say 350, the next one 400, and the next one 150. And if I put them in series, I only got 150. So then that reminded me of what happens with solar cells. If you have a solar panel, which consists of so many cells inside, if a shadow falls on one of these cells, that one cell which is not producing anything will actually block the whole panel to a large extent. So then I was thinking of a way how to overcome this hurdle, and I had the idea to put a capacitor over each one of them. And so we went out and bought a bunch of capacitors. We didn't have enough capacitors, and so then it turned out that after soldering a capacitor over each one of them, putting them in series gave just the sum of all the parts, regardless of if one was 0.3 or 0.4 or 0.1. Okay, that was the first thing. So the next thing is that then the charge, at the point when I was doing this, apparently was the right time of the day, because a little bit later in the evening, all of a sudden there was no charge. All the voltages went down and down and down. And so it turns out that there are moments in the day when it charges really well, and there are moments in the day when you don't get anything. And so when we started our chat here, our workshop, the cell I was just showing you was at the voltage of 220 millivolts. And then I measured it again as we were in the talk somewhere around 9 o'clock it must have been, and then I saw it went up to 300, and then I started measuring it every while we were talking here, every few minutes. So I saw it at 9:20 it was at 338. I'll put it here again. At 9:20 it was at 338. At 9:23 it was at 348. At 9:26 it was at 358. At 9:29 it was at 365. And then at 9:37 it was at 377. And then it started, then the production kind of stalled. after that, so then it started to go down. Now I have to tell you, I don't know if you can see that here under the capacitor I mounted a resistor because we thought that maybe once the capacitor is loaded and is not asking anymore, is not a charge any longer, that the lack of a charge stops the production. And so I put a 10 mega ohm resistor there, so which will have a minimal draw some minimal current from the system. So this may now be the reason if the production stops that the millivolts are slowly going down again. So if that is if it's a good idea to have this resistor there, we don't know yet. But what we know for sure is that there are moments in the day when there's a lot of production, and there are moments in the day when there's almost none. And Mr. Keshe explained this, that he says definitely what I observed over the years is that at the moments in the day when there is a balance between the fields of the earth and the sun, which is like early morning and at dawn and in the evening, that these are moments when there is almost no production, and that during the night there is the most production, and then during the day there is also production, but less than during the night. Then I observed that just being near to these elements, just taking it in your hand, for instance, increases the production. Blowing in it also increases the production. One could think that the humidity plays a role, but it could also be that it just takes energy from our body, actually from our fields. So if we are able to make a torch with this, maybe then to charge the torch you would just have to blow in it. That definitely that's an absolute fact that we see immediate reaction to. Yeah, the moisture. Yeah, Mr. Geshe was just explaining the moisture gives more surface, which gives contact and then allows for more transformation of energy to the matter level. So that's about. So then I had this cell yesterday. It went up to 0.5 volts in the morning, early afternoon it was. And then I said, okay, now let's drain it and see how quickly it recharges. And that's when, it didn't recharge at all, because apparently it was the wrong time of the day to do that. And well, it did recharge a little bit, but not to 0.5 volt. And so now it came back to 377, and now it's a little bit lower again. But one other aspect is that if we are here on the first floor, and apparently the closer you are to the earth, to the soil, the quicker it charges. So so now you're in the picture, Armin. Yeah. Okay, that's about it. Any questions?
Okay, I guess it's gonna be again me to make your life miserable. First
Okay,
of all,
go ahead.
These 10 megohms are way higher than the internal resistance of the capacitor, so they don't have any meaning there.
You mean that the losses through the capacitor are
Yeah, they're bigger.
Bigger, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I used a 1000 microfarad capacitor.
Well, that doesn't matter. It's electrolytic capacitor which have pretty high discharge losses. So
okay.
It's way less than 10 megohms, and this 10 mega ohms doesn't mean anything to it. They're just too high
Okay.
as a resistance. So that's, I did have something, but I just lost it. Something else. If I remember, I will join again.
Okay. So Armin is next in line here. I passed the microphone to Armin.
Oopsie. Hello, guys.
Herman.
Yeah, hi Armin. How you doing? Welcome back to the Spaceship Institute, I guess. It's for all you guys.
Oh, before that, I remember, if you want, you can solder the wires at the end, and that is not gonna get nano-coated. That's to my experience. I tried to make nano-coating over soldered wires and never worked. So if you solder them before you start the nano-coating, you will have good electrical connection to the copper.
Yeah, very good idea. Very good idea. Yeah.
You'll also, I would
Yeah.
think you'd also get some lead in with the lead and tin in with your mixture in the copper nano coating. So the sodium hydroxide could dissolve the lead. I found it dissolves the solder
Put the solder
if it's too
before
strong.
you don't have to spray the nano coating, and you get a much better connection.
Very good, Ludmil. You made our life miserable. You cannot even imagine.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's your turn now.
Thank you very much.
Always yours.
No, he's not. He's in Canada. How are you, Ludmil? Are you in Las Palmas?
No. 10, 15 days I will be there.
10, 15 days. Maybe we come and visit you.
Sure, yeah, but I have no any conditions yet there.
It's okay.
I'm going to pay the
We
house.
survive in any condition.
Oh yeah, there is a house.
We are
There are a
plasmatic
couple
now.
of rooms.
Okay, guys. But,
You can
go ahead.
increase your plasma in the swimming pool.
Uh-huh. Yes, you're right. Anyway, guys, what I did, I had 4 reactors, copper reactors. They're we just coated inside the core, only small core, and I already assembled it. Already had CO2 GANs in it, ready to go onto the motors and rotate and see what's going to happen. Any questions?
Just
Hello?
a stupid one. What do you expect to happen?
What I expect to happen. So, Ludmil, if we have a inside pin nano-coated, that means we're going to hold the plasma inside the sphere. And we have GANs, which we know they are plasmatic and magnetic, plasmatic magnetic fields, which in rotation in centrifugal force, we hope that we're going to achieve plasma level, that we can hold the plasma.
So
and
basically
we'll
that
see.
will increase the magnetic level of the reactors, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So this is something new that we got to try, and we will report every progress, because everything from now on I'm going to videotape and small videos that I can show the progress. Because if we do large videos, it takes a long time to download it. And if you can find a way that we can download the videos more quicker, that will be great. Because then we can record the sessions, what we want to show, and then we can show in our teachings. But the problem we're going to have in here that it takes a long time videos to download it. Even you in your sharing box, whatever it's Google has over here, even that takes long time.
What about using?
You can put it in the mail.
What about using, say, the new live stream, which allows downloads of the videos? You could do a short new live stream, and
Rick,
it would be automatically posted.
Rick, we have to create something for us to be easier to download videos, because everybody gonna conduct their sessions. So most of the time that we're gonna record everything, small videos, and then we can show. Because we don't have a camera set up properly in here that we can have that sessions right away live.
Okay.
But anyway, we can do it from classroom, but we need the videos to show, so that's why we need that, some kind of software that we can just right away download it.
We might be able to do that with the new live stream as well. I'm thinking of setting up a new live stream. We'll talk about that later. Okay.
Or I can send you videos, Rick. You can try to do it from your end.
Yep. I got a quick question.
Because then it just records directly to live stream, and you don't have to do any uploading because it's uploading while you're recording. It's actually a really good idea to save bandwidth.
And with the new live stream, people can download the videos. With the old live stream that we currently have, it's difficult to get the videos. You have to actually upload them to a different site and so on for the public to access them. So we'll look into that and talk about that some more.
Sure. Anyway, I'm going to call you tonight.
Okay. In the meantime, I've got a question about this image that you've just sent here, 2758, which shows the 4 reactors. And is it true they're just hanging in space? They're not, I mean, with the wires and so on up above, but there's no posts or infrastructure to hold them in place. They're
actually, we changed
free to move around.
Actually, yes, they are, but we changed it. Actually, I hang it now with the frame, so upside down.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. Is it?
No, I had one video. They had hanging without the frame, like with it. No, huh?
Oh no. Okay, so the plastic frame, you mean? That's the way they're going to be, with the motor below and then the sphere on top.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That was just to experiment with before, with them reversed. It's an interesting idea though, because when they're hanging by those wires, if the reactors are having a net pull or push from each other, you'll see that immediately, and their positioning will change, their positive positioning.
Yeah, that's why we set it up that way.
So how are you going to accomplish that with the other ones, with the plastic mounts for them? Are they going to be on little roller skates or something to move around on?
No. It's we just hang it with the frame.
Okay.
Upside down again.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. I see now. So you'll have these guys.
I'll post new pictures, guys. Today I will assemble it all, and tomorrow I will post some pictures in Facebook.
Okay, excellent.
That you have a full idea. And from now on, any progress, we're just going to record it and post it, so you will follow up. And if we have a progress, we're going to post all the like drawings that you can make it yourself.
Excellent. Thank you, Armin.
Thank you.
So, time to make your life miserable again. You can use a security system. There, they can attach 4, 6, 8 cameras separate, and they have hard disk inside for recording, and you can control the resolution and everything else, frame rate, and so on and so on. So you can have 24 hours recording made on separate files, and at the meantime they create something as IP, which could be visible from the internet with a password and everything else. So that's fairly good solution for downloading files and stuff like that.
Ludmil, we know that you are old wolf in computer technology, so we need you over here to set up all of that. If you're gonna be in Las Palmas, maybe we can. Yeah.
I don't know. Can I ship to Italy?
Yes, definitely.
I can pass by any
But if we're
store
gonna get
here.
it, that I cannot guarantee, huh?
Oh, say it again.
No, I said if we're gonna get it, that I cannot guarantee. In Italy, everything takes time, so.
No,
We
no,
get it
no. I
somehow,
mean,
so.
I can go in the store, buy one system like that. You're
Yes,
gonna
it will
say
be
how
nice.
many
I'll send.
cameras, and I
Please.
can ship it either from Spain or from here, either way.
That will be great. Or you can give us a link that we can order it from here, and we can do that. That will save us a lot of headache.
You can go on eBay. Probably there are systems like that.
If you send me a link, please, Ludmil.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to search and we'll send you something.
Thank you.
Yeah, he says, Malak says, we already have a system like this with 13 days recording.
Hear any audio there?
As Malak has written on the side on the message line, we already have such a system with one camera with 13 days recording. In the thing, Malak, while he was here with John and Marco, they set it up. They did all the cabling from one building to another. But as Marco just explained, is the security with the lab, because we do a lot of things which we don't want to show. We discuss a lot of things which doesn't go open. So having these cameras live, reporting continuously, is not beneficial to us in a way, as Marco says. We have such a single camera powerful surveillance which records continuously the setting 1 and 2. At the moment, if you notice, I think you can see through the picture where the new reactors are hanging. Immediately behind it, you see the smaller reactors which was made by John before the holidays, and they're on a rolling. The first reactors which are hanging, the brass one from Armin, is the first time we have the possibility to literally work like an atom. You have a center reactor as a proton, and you have like electrons hanging around, and the material finds its own distance positioning. The one behind it, which you see the reactors on the wheel, the one which John made, pardon? The ceramic ones, you see one on wheels. That's the first two-dimensional set we ever done. It's 4 of them on wheels. And yesterday when we had visitors, after we left, Armand said to me that this, the one you see on the right-hand side, moved. After we moved away from the thing, it just found its own position. It's the first time I've seen, or I've been told, because I've never seen them moving, but this reactor on the floor, you see on the right-hand side with the yellow 3 stackers with the reactor in the center, this reactor changes its power continuously from 4.3 amps down to 2.7, 2.8 amps at 5.19 volts. So somehow, most probably when it couldn't take the power from the other reactors which are running has forced it to find its new position. If we had a camera, we could have seen the recording of it that the reactor moves. It would have been very interesting what Armand has seen yesterday on the floor. But now we have marked everything to see if they are moving. Yes, this is the picture you have now on the one with the yellow plate, 3 yellow plates. The one behind this set of the one on the rollers is there are reactors in one set of a star formation, and behind it you see a box which is a magnetic neutral box with a flight system inside it. Do we have any pictures from the box anywhere? No, from outside the box. So now for the first time, once within the next couple of days, Armand can get these 4 moving. We will see the behavior of more or less electrons and protons in respect, or one system in respect to the other one. The way we have set the new system which is hanging is on a metal frame where we can move it along between different settings or keep it on its own and see how it behaves. So we can see a 3-dimensional interaction of the magnetic fields in respect to each set. You see the like a pallet box in the back, right in the far end. That pallet box is where we have a star formation set up in, and we have used a specific magnetic sheets to make it totally insulated from any soft outward interference. If you look in the background on the bottom behind the box, you see a radio. This radio has been switched on since we set the system up. It's always been in the lab. We set it at a fairly audible level. We could hear it anywhere in the lab. And in the past 2 or 3 weeks, the audio is totally zero. But when the knowledge seekers came back from the holidays and we started walking around the lab, for sometimes when we walk around it or we disturb it, the noise comes back on, and then again the plasmatic magnetic field will take it out. No, this is not the one we want. No. So you see in the far back end, you see a frame on the wall, and next to it, right between the things, you see a radio. So we have shown the jamming power potential of this system, and I explained this to the scientists who were with us yesterday, because this is part of the technology they develop in the university. And it is literally is not magnetic field. In fact, this is for the first time we show the way the American drone was captured. You encapsulate any incoming frequencies, any information at any level to the radio. In fact, what happens, your plasma passes the boundary of the radio, and all the fields which are coming to it become part of the total plasma of the of the environment of the systems on the ground. And then you see a total zero communication. We've seen this development on the 5th of May with the Russian and American, aircrafts and the ships. As I said last week, we'll start teaching defense technology. This is done. This is important technology, not for defense, but in space You travel in deep space in magnetic field oceans that you have to create protection for yourself, that the fields do not enter or interact or damage the internal structure or the passengers. So you dilute them in, and it just at the same time what you absorb, it reflects back in or leaks back into this environment. You find a balanced position. So this is the first time we openly show. I'll try to ask the knowledge seekers to record it in the lab. You hear the radio when it's next door to it, that we show openly the defense technology. Next week we'll run a defense technology with and we'll post it to the military organizations around the world for them to develop it further, and hopefully, as I know they never share any knowledge, but they will share the knowledge for us to be able to use it in our space technology. The important point is, as I said earlier in the talk, that when the people in the lab yesterday became near to the reactor changed its power and the noise. The yellow tree stacker is the reactor they were standing next to. There is a very interesting point. If you look on the right, the yellow stacker is a 2-half core with a lined in nano layer and with a center core. If you look exactly across, you see another reactor in a greenish color, full sphere, not in 2 halves, and it's still again on the roll. And this reactor, the green one, has only a pin inside in the center, which centralizes the plasma. We have 2 half spheres which are connected together and both have a nano layering with a center pin. And in this set we have 2 full spheres with 1 nano centering. But each one is filled in with one type of GaNs of material. One is CO2 Arman, one is copper oxide, one is the mixture, yeah, and one is it's a CH3. But in the 2 full spheres, every time we load a gas, let's say in the box in the back in one of the reactors, 1 measure of hydrogen, we see immediate change in the past 30 days. It's all recorded, written down. The current voltage drop, it comes from at a 6 amp. It drops from 1.2 volt to around about 0.9, 0.87 for the one which is nearest to the middle set, and for the one you see it comes to 0.72 millivolts. So a small injection of hydrogen in a far set in one reactor shows its reaction immediately in the cores on the front. Now what we are doing with the new sets which Arman is setting up now, the miniature ones as you see hanging, is that they're all already been filled in yesterday with CO2 GaNs. Am I correct? At what, 30%, 50%? At 50% GaNs. So the ceramic ones have about 20-25% GaNs, different reactor, different mixture. But the half reactors show very much environmental matter level interaction, and the 2 halves which have a center core ceramic, they show plasmatic interaction from the other reactors. This is a very strange behavior, and I've seen this for past month. As I said in the last talk, when our dog passes the reactors in the lab, they change the fields. Now we saw it actually a professor can do the same job. When he came near to the reactor, the speed and the power of the reactor changes in a way that we can hear it totally. It's very, very clear. We noticed this one on Monday, Tuesday with Marco. We were standing in the lab and just the motor noise drops and the power reduction. So for the first time, this is a progress in the technology development. We started with a number of static reactors. We start with half cores. We had full cores. We have a combination of metal and plastics. Now we had ceramic with two-dimensional movement, because all the reactors up to that were static, they don't move, they sit on their place. With John's systems before holidays, we have a two-dimensional, and as Armand says, yesterday he's seen one of them moving. And now with the new set, we have a three-dimensional behavior. But the priority for us at the moment this week is to finish these capacitors and energy absorptions to, as a lot of people are waiting to see a light to believe that they're enlightened like before. We're trying to get you a light lit, and then you'll be happy that there is nothing. There is a credibility. I think the credibility stands in the trust of the man in his own brain. So we see how far the knowledge seekers will go. As I said to our Japanese friends, I will not interfere. They receive what is understood by the knowledge seekers. And in time, whoever produces a system with a light, the way I have done with the torch, or we will show it, or they will show it before we do. There are a few points. First of all, I would like to thank Ludmil. You solved the problem for me for years. I never thought of it, but as I said, now we start sharing knowledge in such a simple way, and our experiences. I never thought soldering the wire, coating it, and then taking it off. And for us to have a perfect, what do you call it, copper wire without a coating on it. This is fantastic. Thank you very much. On the other hand, was something which is very interesting. So a lot of you have noticed, but it's been so in front of you that you never understood it. Is you understood how in detail Ivan explained the situation with his capacitors, why he put a resistance and the way he's done things, and about the solar cells, solar lights, solar panels that they lose theirs and changes. Don't forget, Ivan is a dentist. And how he works in the electronics and electricals is another strange parameters. This shows that our interest does not lie in what we are educated in, but in what we are interested to do. And it's amazing how Ivan can translate the knowledge, both now he's more and more into it, into the medical side for development of the medical equipments for up the side of the technology in its true sense. There are a couple of things which is important to understand. Is as of this week, or I should say next week, we will teach every day. So we don't expect every day with the number of people around, but the teaching will be there that you can listen to and learn afterwards, or if you have a case you can go back to it. So we try to make a very much a dictionary and encyclopedia of the whole thing, and gradually by teaching, and then it's for people to separate in the future. I have started in so many ways start teaching in Italy directly into Italian public. Because we are here, we become like outsiders in the country. So we are making arrangements that we can do teachings in the small groups, maybe 50, 100 people on regular basis around the Desenzano, that we become part of the community we are in, than being isolated and insulated in where we are. We just come in, lock the door, and we stay on our own. So most probably, as the Italian group will organize these things around this area that we are in, and then we take the cameras in, that the lectures can be taught. It will not be public presentations. These will be detailed teachings for people to understand why the foundation is here and how our work will affect their daily life in a way. Because by trying to set up the foundation here in this area, this is a highly tourist-based area. Now they become highly scientific position in the community, and they have to be with us and support us to be in this position. The whole purpose is that, as I said to knowledge seekers, They had 6 months of training. Now, even if you noticed about the teaching today, they have more self-confidence. They can teach. They're perfect in their own jobs. But when it comes to teaching of this technology, there's been some lack of confidence, and it's building up, and they become good teachers. And in the coming time, you can ask them, they fly to your countries, you can organize lectures for them to give or to teach, that we start spreading the teaching out of here directly into public around the world. And these are what is online, and we don't stay remote. Hopefully we open the cameras and then we go to next steps of teaching everything all together. We do not release, I saw a note here, as usual, is Marek pushing, can you show is the right to see the papers from the nuclear center. When we get authorization from governments and when it suits us, we release the papers. This is the right. It sits here too immature to understand why we do it. On the hand, we see the problems and what sits behind it. The people who are in the position and they can make the influence, like the Japanese government officials on the nuclear side, they see the papers of the Italian government report, they've been furnished with it. These are confidential internal reports which they do, and they spend a lot of money to do it. I keep a close, open contact with both Italians and the other side, that they both know. When we had, as you know, we are here in the center in position of the waters from Fukushima, contaminated water from Fukushima, which has been brought for us for testing just before the holidays. We informed the Italian government, Italian organization, Italian nuclear center, of us becoming in position. And after the testing, I immediately reported to the Italian authorities the outcome of the results, and the test was done here in the center. So we don't report everything we do or make it public, because these are the things which is done through governmental levels, and it has to be done, and this is the way Foundation has worked for years. It's the same thing as I say, okay, why don't you show the flight with the Iranian systems and the rest of it? That's the right of the Iranians, as we said from the beginning, to show their flight system and the capture system. The same thing goes what we do, unless they authorize us or they release it, then we release the documents according to, in line with what has been agreed. Is there any question?
Well, again, something small from me to Armin. I got the pictures and I see he is using screws. They look like steel screws. So you can go into any electrical supply store. They sell copper screws. So you can use copper screws, or go to any hardware store and use plastic screws. Both of them are not magnetic, so they won't interfere with the magnetic field.
Yeah, but let me add to a bit of information. Now that we create a spectrum of plasma gravitational magnetic fields, these screws become irrelevant, because you can create the gravitational magnetic field of the steel, copper, or plastic. On the other hand, there are some problems with plastic screws. We have them here. Is that if there is certain composition, certain points, the plastic literally becomes like chewing gum. Opens up the structure, molecular structure opens up. I've seen it a few times. If we were dealing with only, this is what I say, schizophrenic mind and two states, is you're still thinking of changing the steel to copper that will not be magnetized. But now you're creating plasmatic gravitational magnetic field, and in the process we literally produce a spectrum of all the gravitational magnetic in the matter level anyway. So it doesn't matter if you use a steel or a copper. This is the next steps of understanding it. What you will see the next picture, most probably from Armin, is the picture you have on the table. Turn it upside down. That's how it'll be hanging on the frame. The reason we had to put them on the frame, I don't know if Armin explained it, was when Armin started testing them, hanging them the way they were, These motors Arman has brought have a special brake system in them that they don't speed down, they just stop suddenly. And this was twisting their motors with a cable on them, that one of the wires literally got pulled out. So if it was a normal motor, we could hang them because the speed comes down slowly, you don't get such a strong twist. So we decided to put them back on, that the motors will stay on the frame, and we don't get this now. But they are far enough from each other that they will behave like separated individual plasmas. They are just about 2 or 3 centimeters apart. If we see them interacting, or yep, that's it, upside down. Then we have to adjust on the plate we have to make them further to see their interaction and their work. But again, as I said, doesn't matter what you use anymore in the lab. The plasma, as we call it, Magra plasma now, is covers the spectrum of all materials, gravitational magnetic fields. So to us, I noticed that, but it is irrelevant now. Next question.
Mr. Kesh, there was a question regarding the nature of, or what mainstream physics knows as what's called the electric field. And the question was from Scott D., who mentions the concept of the electric field is the basis for everything we know about electricity and magnetism. It is differentiated from the magnetic field and what makes Maxwell's equations work. So Mr. K's theory of concepts says everything is comprised of magnetic and gravitational fields.
Hello, we lost you.
Oh, can you not hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me there? Hello?
I hear you now. You're back again. Just go back the last few sentences you said.
Okay, just a second here. So the idea is, the question is, how would you explain what mainstream physics knows as the electric field? And he goes on to say the concept of the electric field is the basis for everything that science knows about electricity and magnetism. Is differentiated from the magnetic field and what makes Maxwell's equations work. So your concepts say everything is comprised of magnetic and gravitational fields, and Einstein and others searched their entire lives looking for the link between electricity and magnetism to gravity to complete the ultimate field theory, complete the theory. So what is the electric field is the end question at the end of all this.
Yeah. As you know, I've written a paper called Unified Field Theory. It's somewhere in the books, I think. We have already published it. This question about Maxwell equation was discussed yesterday here with the scientists, and they asked us, so I said I don't believe in it, because if you understand the structure of the moving of the plasma as a Magra plasma, then you understand Maxwell equation does not apply under no circumstances. There is a problem with the electric field, and in what you call about Tesla did not understand. Tesla, Einstein, they understood, but again, as I spoke earlier, they hopped on one leg. They ignored the other because nobody could make a relationship that the what they call gravity is the other side of the coin of the magnetic field, or what we call magnetical field. There is a very clear distinction. When you speak about magnetic field, you're talking about one field. When you speak about magnetical field or gravitational field, you need two fields to have interaction to be able to repel or attract in respect to each other. This is where Einstein could not understand. This is where Tesla spent all his life. This is the difference. This is the terminology which has caused a lot of the problems, and a lot of scientists like beautiful people like Tesla got trapped in. Magnetic and magnetical, we call it now, is two different things. Professor Mile speaks about a scalar wave. I was explaining this to Marco early this week and other knowledge seekers. We talk about magnetical and gravitational. Tesla speaks about magnetical, Miles speaks about gravitational. It's again, it's the same thing. You cannot have magnetical if you don't have gravitational. So Tesla worked all his life on a magnetical interaction of the plasma on the feeding out. Professor Mile works with magnetical pulling in. That's why Professor Miles say he has found a scalar wave that it can cross everything. You can put anything even in a box and you still receive information. That's what is the property of gravity, pulling in. And this is where the problem is. And I explained this in detail with Professor Miles in the meetings we had. So, in fact, you change the scalar waves to gravitational waves, a gravitational field, and change Tesla magnetic fields into magnetical fields. And then you understand both are working on the same thing, but one is going out and the other one's coming in. Electrical field, again, you talk electric. You limit yourself within the plasma parameters of an electron. We work with the plasma parameters of a plasma. The flow of the current as a plasma. So when you have a plasma, you still have a flow. You still have a flow. Urgent. Sorry, I have to just come off for a second. Something is urgent. I'll give it to John.
So, the flow of electron, I'll try to explain my understanding of the flow of electron. An electron is normally it's near an atom, but when you have, for example, in the copper, a flow, it's in fact a plasma flow because there has been a conversion from the electron to a plasma, which is coming out of the matter level, going into plasma level to flow. And that's the flow of a pack of energy. The amount of that pack of energy is equivalent to the energy of the electron. So, okay. I'll give...
Sorry about this. These are the problems which run around Foundation. And there's an urgent message we have to see to it. I'll explain this later on. So you speak about electric current. What you have a plasma current. Now we are working in a plasma level current. So you can work at the level of the electron, or you can work at the full spectrum of the plasma in the universe. As I was explaining to the knowledge seekers, electron, the plasma of electron in this universe is dictated by the central magnetic gravitational field force of the what you call the principal star in the center of this universe. So the measure of that electron which stands around the proton to make an atom is primarily dictated by the center principal matter strength in the center of this universe. That's why you find electrons everywhere in this universe more or less the same. In another universe, you still find a smaller plasma rotating around a bigger plasma, you call it the same atom, what's a proton and electron. But according to the strength of the plasmatic magnetic field of the central plasma of that universe, this electron can have a parameter or magnetosphere, let's say of a copper, and it still is electron in respect to this proton. And then the ratio of 1 to 2000 which you see in between the electron and a proton will change by the same ratio to keep the gravitational magnetic or what we call magnet positioning in order. Then the size is different. Then the spaces are bigger. Then the size of the, let's say, it's between a mouse and a dinosaur, because the cells have a bigger space dimension. So electrical current is limited to the flow of the magnetic field, gravitational field, the size of or the strength of the plasma of electron. When you talk now, we're going to the next step up, we're talking about the plasma current. The plasma current is a plasma current at a copper level, there's a plasma current at the plutonium level, and then you understand one is by order of magnitude so much bigger. This is what I was trying to explain to the scientists here yesterday. The question has been that if I put, let's say, a copper or a copper oxide on the electronic system they have in their universities, would I see as a GANs a number of electrons and protons, say, okay, this is copper and this is oxygen, or there's so many electrons there and the protons there and neutrons? I said no. The difference is in the GANs is that the gravitational magnetic field of all the electrons, of all the protons, which constitute the behavior of a total plasma of the CO2 or copper oxide, is in one plasma. That's why when you put these materials on Raman spectroscopy and other spectroscopy, you see the behavior of a copper oxide, but you don't see the copper oxide as a material when they do it by chemical testing. Because now we're going into the plasma condition. This is what is called, you actually achieve a cold fusion in a very simple process with your nanolayer converting to the GANs. This is what it's been a dream of the scientists for years. What is a cold fusion? Can we achieve cold fusion? Cold fusion, as I always say, is amalgamating, bringing the plasmas together, not two atoms together. In your salt, you create the environment that you allow a very simple, straightforward, natural process of a cold fusion. Because when the scientists look into these plasmas of your CO2 or your copper oxide in the gas state, they won't see electrons. They will see the behavior total plasma of a copper. If it's hard to understand, I'll go back one step. Go back to your matter state of mind. You have a plasma of a hydrogen, a plasma of an electron, and a plasma of a proton. Proton has its own plasma. Electron has its own plasma. And the totality of the interaction of these two plasmas in respect to each other and to their environment creates the plasma of the hydrogen. In GANs state, the content of the proton and electron are put together, you still get that plasma of the hydrogen, but in a gravitational magnetic field plasma of an individual single plasma. Now increase the numbers, go to plutonium, go to uranium, go to copper. The same thing happens. The gravitational magnetic field of the plasma behaves and takes the position and the strength of gravitational magnetic field of copper oxide, but internally is in the plasma state. That's why we call it GANs. In the nano state, this is our plasmas. This is where there is a lot of confusion. And this is back where I said, now you have, let's say, copper oxide. You have CuO. Copper is 16. Oxygen is, copper is 60, oxygen is 16. That's 76. Calculate all the protons and electrons and the neutrons in these two materials. And then look at the size of the plasma you have. Now go inside this copper oxide plasma. If you go a little bit by a factor further into the plasma, where you pass the contribution of the gravitational magnetic field of the oxygen, then at that point when you test, you see only the plasma of copper. Or if you go further in and come to the point where you see the amalgamation of the plasma of the oxygen, at that inner layer, then you see the property of the oxygen. This is the difference between the plasma technology, what we call magravity plasma, than the standard understanding of a plasma and the standard understanding of the matter. This is what is known as a very simple way you can now have a plutonium, and we call it a nuclear decay. You can create your own decay at any point within the sphere of this plasma of a plutonium. You want number of coppers out of it, you want a golden copper out of it, you want hydrogen, so many of it. So you decide. This is the beauty of the freedom of the science. So you don't need to carry the material with you. In a space you absorb plasmatic magnetic fields and you gather them. And as you need them, like you have a big slice of bread, you decide what the slice is going to be, how big and how thick and what you need it for. So material production in space is the beginning of what you started as a gas. But as I said, you have to start understanding what you're producing. If you have a CO2, it's one carbon and 2 oxygen. That's all the materials of plasmas of this material. You add them together. Now use your copper oxide plasma and come into it. Then you'll find out how many CO2s can you take out of a copper oxide plasma. So you produce your CO2. You need CO2 in the space. You produce CO2 out of the plasma of the copper. This is the problem we have. A lot of people, we say, okay, if you look at this reactor which you got the CO2 into it, so we should see a clear fizzy drink rotating. I said no. We have a copper oxide. We have a CO2 in a gas state floating in the water. So it's not a fizzy drink. Because to you, if you go and you buy gas water you have in the restaurant, that is the same thing, water and CO2. But because we developed a technology that you can separate that CO2 and bring it into gas state, now you can have a CO2, but it'll be all, separated gas and the water. But there'll be no gas in it, there'll be no fizziness to it. This is what is, yesterday there was a confusion with the scientists over here. So we have to have we got a clear CO2 in the water, physics water in the one of the cores. And I had to explain, no, this is because even for advanced high-level scientists, it's very hard to grasp how out of nowhere we have managed to bring in gases in a solid state. We don't bring gases in solid state. We create an environment of the gas, which is plasma stands in the totality than being individuals. Electron, proton is a state of the balance in a matter state. In the plasma, you work with the totality. That's why a solar system with all these bits in it are literally irrelevant. You have the Earth, you have the Mars, you have all these meteorites floating in this solar system, but as totality, everything is within a cell of the shell of the plasma of the sun itself. Doesn't matter what happens internally. This is why what you call the theory of God particles and up quarks and down quarks have no meaning in reality in physics. This is the dream of scientists who never understood. And because they could dream, their dream became reality. Because us as a scientist could not prove it any other way or show it another way. Now we can show it, up quarks and down quarks, as meaningless as what they call flying angels, as I call them. Or you want to see to accept, because it's according, as I said, people accept everything according to their own intelligence and level of understanding. And it is very hard to change. So start grasping a totality, not individuality and singularity. When you work in a plasma state, in a gaseous state, you work in a plasma condition with a new understanding, you work with totality of the field. When you work with a matter state, then you have to work with operation of different fields that they can hold on to each other in the matter level of strength. In fact, if you look at our solar system itself as a plasma is a matter entity in the universe plasmatic condition. So it shows itself like an egg in the environment of the universe we are in. But inside it has different plasmas, it has got its own plasma, Earth has its own plasma, everything else operates with them. But as outside, we look and operate as one system. So electric currents and these things are on the matter levels. Now you go further up, you work with the plasma current, the condition of flow of the plasma according to the environment they work in and they exist. If you work in a matter level, you have a electrical matter current. That's what we do in the nano layers. In the nano layers, where you twist and weld and connect, we convert the maglev plasma to the level that becomes electric current plasma as equal to the plasma vibration of electron. And then because all our systems at the moment are made at that level, that's what we can operate on. Very soon in the coming time, when the scientists understand the full operation of the plasma technology, the way nanomaterials are produced, then systems will be made that they work on a plasmatic level. We start seeing the development of these technologies in coming time. Then we work totally on a much miniature scale. We will work on a much more powerful system. We will not demand and use megawatts and kilowatts, because then we understand how to release the energy at the level which is needed. These kilowatts and megawatts is what man has not understood. He can achieve a lot with much less. So there is no difference. Tesla is right, Professor Miley is right, but they talk about two different things. Professor Miley insists that scalar waves can penetrate everything. Of course they can, because you are pulling, you're gravitating, and you're falling at the level that between the electrons, the fields can be at. When you pull to yourself, that's the way it is. But most of the Tesla's work is on the magnetic field, but never worked on, even though in some of his works you see gravitational behavior, but he never understood it. That's why one of most probably his biggest, what do you call it, question marks has been. And only thing is, now we understand magnetic and gravitational fields are produced by the same environment of the plasmas. Depends if they are facing each other in a similarity pole, or they are facing each other on dissimilar poles. So we see the difference. We understand the position. And there is no difference. There is nobody is wrong, nobody is right. It's just adding to the knowledge. We came out, we never understood the electrons, we saw matter, then we understood how to manipulate matter, then we came across how to separate the smaller parts of the matter, we called it electrical currents, then we came to understand which way is what. Now we are in this further step in the advancement of the knowledge, we understand the operation of the plasma. and the universe works on the plasmatic condition. Have we reached the ultimate point? No, because there are further steps even beyond plasma transmission of energy, which in time man will learn. But at the moment man is stuck between the matter and plasma, has got enough problem. We don't need to add to it for the future. But as the advancement comes, man will understand there is a next level in the interaction of the fields in the universe. Then it takes you back to where and how the origin of magnetic fields has come. The book number 8 is about this, but when the man is mature enough, we release that book.
I noticed, Mr. Kesh, that Ed asks here, can a GANS be opened as a plasma in a reactor core?
Yes. We open the plasma of electron. We open the plasma of a proton in smaller, in other reactors to amalgamate their plasmas. Because we create a condition and the environment in the reactors that is similar to, so they open up in the because they become like a sugar in a hot water. They just open up.
That would be true of the GANS
if,
itself.
Yes. So if you produce gravitational magnetic field at the level of the plasma of, let's say, copper oxide, which is in one core, all the copper oxides, they will become merged to become one, and then you achieve a fusion. Then when you do that, you go to the higher level material. And man does not have the knowledge to handle such a position. At the moment, you don't carry the knowledge. One of the reasons we put pin in the center is to concentrate this matter, these fields, that they stay at the copper oxide level. There is a process, now we use water. In time I show you and teach you a process where every GANS you put, it just opens up. In fact, I've done this in the lab in the past 2 weeks because I had to do this on the table. Because there is a huge problem at the moment in Fukushima, how to move and remove the melted cores at the bottom of the reactors and where they're going to put it. So I have developed a very simple way to open the GANS that we can, through these GANSes, by opening up, we create a field environment where we can leave these materials to be where they are. Why are we moving them to create more contamination and problem? So we can cascade this material, all these radioactive material, in where they are. We never see any problem with them. We can convert a lot of this material into, what do you call it, into what we need to produce. And as I said in my last talk, maybe we can expand on it a little bit, that these radiations which are emitted from these materials at the moment, which is causing so much damage, can be used to produce new materials, new, even what they call exotic materials, because now we have a beautiful source sitting at the bottom of the 4 reactors in Japan. But as we don't know, we don't understand this criticality, the difference between the matter and plasma. This is where the problem sits. So yes, you can open it. This is what I've done in the lab at the moment, because we had to show it is possible to open the plasma. That the plasma, let's say, takes totally the shape of the containment, but in a different volume. The difference between the plasma and the gas is the gas takes the shape of the room, the total volume of the room which is in. A plasma does the same up to the limit where it can find a balance between its gravitational magnetic field that it can make its envelope. So if you have a strong plasma which to find its balance does not fit into the environment of the containment, so it'll come to the point that the containment becomes part of the inner core, part of the plasma, or if its plasma size is achieved, or balance between its gravitational magnetic field achieved, which is within the size of the container, then you find the GaNs in that container. And this is the same applies in the reactors. In the reactors, you can achieve, so we put a center point to try to whatever released as by these GaNs materials, because of the nano layering, which is again plasmatics in the center of the pin, can be attached and connected and to be held on. As I say all the time, try to understand the process. How and why. This is the problem. This is where you run into problem with these things. You can open any GaNs as long as you can create the environment of the parallel GaNs environment that is in balance. So when there is no what you call atmospheric difference, or what we call in the world of electronics Coulomb barrier, or what we call in the plasma technology the plasma barrier, or a magnetosphere of the plasma, when there is no difference, they all merge into each other. It happens in the matter level when you put a sugar in the water. It happens if you put two material which are of the same, they link up together. It's the same thing with the plasma. So in reality, if you look at the structure like the pin which we have put in all our cores, if in the core, around this pin, we can create gravitational magnetic volume, the strength of the copper oxide which sits around it as a GaNs, all the GaNs of the copper oxide which is in the reactor will become one and becomes one direct fusion of all the plasmas. But the problem is that our systems, our reactors are too small to handle such a thing, such a huge force. So what they do, as the limitation comes out, to get to the limit of passing, it interacts with other matters and it reduces. This is why we see this behavior in the half sphere, 2 half sphere reactors with the nano coating around it, because the volume inside the core with the center pin, when it reaches try to grows, we have coated this outer side of this core, the inner side of this core, with nano layers again with the GaNs. So we have set a limitation. Partially comes out, and as we've seen it, interaction of the body of the man shows the change. So you can do what we call plasma or GaNs fusion. Is be done as easy as we do something. You have to create the environment, gravitational magnetic field equal to the outer shell balance point, or what we call the eggshell, as you see it, of the plasma, and then yes, you can merge them, or you can fuse them, and they call it the fusion. Next question.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Cash?
Hi, Joe.
This is James.
Hello,
this is
Joe.
James.
James. Hi, James. Yeah,
Hi. Then what's the difference between a neutron and a hydrogen GaNs?
Huge. Huge.
Okay.
Not huge,
What
but
do you mean?
huge in plasmatic magnetic field. Plasma of a neutron is bigger than the plasma of a atomic hydrogen GaNs. Reason being, for a neutron to become atomic hydrogen, it has to lose some of its plasmatic magnetic field to reach that level, because the decay, when the decay happens, until the decay happens, the neutron decay releases some energy. So the hydrogen, the plasma of if you can make a GaNs of a neutron, it's by order of magnitude more than the atomic plasma of the hydrogen atom. And there is a big difference. You got to realize one of the easiest way to produce the gas of hydrogen for what I see, as I said, is this situation with Fukushima. They have created a condition that we can easily find atomic hydrogen that it can be converted to gas of hydrogen. And if you can use gas of hydrogen in your reactors, then you see what I call the beauty of creation in this universe. Because then you work on the level which this universe has produced its plasmatic gravitational magnetic field. This is one of the reasons I push with working with hydrogen, but we cannot produce the condition in the hydrogen level to go in time when we can change into using things like helium, and then coming down from the gas of helium to gas of hydrogen, and then in that process we have neutrons which we can use. Then you go in totally different speed of operation and creation of transition of power.
Okay, so our old understanding that a neutron consists of a proton and an electron is in error then?
No, is correct. But to make a proton and an electron out of a neutron, you have to lose some bits. I explain this to children very easy, or people who just start learning physics. You have a loaf of bread and you want to cut it in two pieces. One for a bigger guy and one for a child. When you put your knife in cutting the loaf to give a small piece to the child and a big piece to the adult, you get crumbs. Those crumbs are the difference between the totality of the two breads. If you put the child section and the adult part together, you don't have the total bread you had originally, because there are crumbs on the table. Where those come from? It's the same thing. Electron exists within the structure of a neutron. A proton exists in the structure of the neutron. And the size of a proton and electron is dictated by the central gravitational magnetic field force within the center of this universe. It's dictated,
right,
it cannot change. So the difference is, yeah, carry on.
Well, so a hydrogen atom is a proton and an electron, which plus some crumbs equal to a neutron, right? So I was thinking that if that's the case, then the GaNs of a hydrogen atom, which means the electrons, the plasma of the electron also merges with the plasma of the proton, should be similar, or minus the crumbs, similar to a neutron's plasma. Isn't it so?
That's correct. That's correct. But now you have to go and find the crumbs which you released as a plasma to make your neutron back again.
Right. So my original question then, a neutron, which is a single entity, should be very close to a hydrogen GaNs, which is also a single entity. Is my understanding correct?
It's similar, but it's not exactly.
Right. It's not exactly. I understand that. Minus the crumbs.
Yeah, minus the crumbs. Now, if you can put the crumbs back in from somewhere else, you get your neutron back. But now you have to go and find the crumbs.
So can we say that a neutron can be considered or looked at as a GaNs entity?
Pardon?
Can we look at a neutron as a GaNs entity?
Yes,
something
of course
similar to a GaNs.
Yeah, okay. You can build it, but it's still neutron is very much a GaNs state, and this is one of the problems in nuclear physics, nuclear technology, that they call it no, what do you call it, no charges, because it doesn't behave, because itself on its own has its own gravitational magnetic field in the environment of the proton. But you got to understand why neutron stays with the proton and not with the electron, because the gravitational magnetic field of the neutron is very close to the proton.
So
Very
they
close to
attract
the
each
proton.
other?
No, they stay in balance with each other, in position in respect to each other.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's a difference. You still, balance comes positioning between the four forces: gravitational magnetic field of the neutron, gravitational magnetic field of the proton. This is why we were discussing before holidays here that the numbers they say the number of atoms in a given environment of any gases, all the numbers the same, which doesn't make sense, because you have the separation of the electron and proton. If you have a bigger gases, heavier gases, by number of electrons and protons, you have a bigger volume. How can you say that? This is the theoretical physics which has gone wrong, considering a proton or a neutron as a single entity being on its own with no spacing. The spacing is there.
Right.
This spacing is, if I can expand on it, because I've said this, now you can connect it. This spacing between the proton and the neutron is exactly the spacing in your nanolayers between the atoms, GaNs atoms of, let's say, copper. You have a GaNs of a copper, literally, and then because it's tightly packed in respect to another GaNs of atom of a copper, they find their positioning, you have the gap. In the present electronics, they're trying to say that there is a p-n junction. P is actually the GaNs of the atom of copper. The N, or what, vice versa, depends how they want to use it, is the gap between. And that, in that gap, is where you can add or reduce some fields. Or because of the gravitational magnetic field at the cross point has a double strength of the both together. So it creates a heavier gravity. That's why you can absorb, when you bring it into a different condition, absorbing like a carbon into the layers of the nanomaterial or other materials. There is no difference. The spacing between the proton and the electron, and the spacing on the nanolayer between the plasma or GaNs of the material in the nanolayer is exactly the same. On the upper layer of a nanomaterial, where you see tangibly, you have one side Earth gravitational magnetic field pushing. But in time when the scientists can look at it in a reality, when you go to the inner layers and middle layers, when there's a total balance, you will find the GaNs within the nano layers, because the gravitational magnetic field creates an environment that the GaNs in a compressed magnetic gravitational field exist. And when the layers are released, when it comes up, it opens up, and that's what you get as a GaNs on its own. This is looking at it all the time in the interaction of gravitational magnetic fields of four, not one or the other.
Thank you.
Mr. Kesh, I wanted to say something about the materials. You said we can make materials. So my understanding now is we can actually use the nano-coated materials and put the field interaction with them between the GaNs and create an environment through a vacuum or whatever else conditions to create, and it should, the field interaction should create material.
Pardon? Can you repeat again?
If you have the magnetic fields from the nanomaterials interacting with the fields from the GaNs, and you create the correct, and those field interactions come together and meet, and in that environment where they meet, you can manipulate it through a vacuum or other conditions, you should be able to create materials right there.
Sometimes, if you want to, but why do you feed yourself putting your hand around your neck? Then you can feed your face direct.
I'm just saying. And then if
It's
you
a hard
wanted
way to do it. It's a
I'm just
hard way
trying to
to do it.
understand.
But
All right. If you wanted to go scavenge all those crumbs up and add them back in, you could just use a radioactive material and get when the fission's released from radioactive material, you can get the extra plasma from that and add it in, can't you?
if you want to absorb these crumbs, and I see somebody putting is a neutrino. Neutrino has no meaning, in fact, unless they can define what neutrino is. The if you put a good enough nanomaterials around around your neutron, you collect the crumbs in your nanolayers, and then you can convert it to energy or plasmatic energy.
Okay.
It's very easy because in the space you don't go and find a brick and you go and find a cement. You find plasmatic magnetic fields and you store the plasmas, and then you break the plasma or you extract from the plasma the field strengths of the matter you want in the gas state, and then you allow a conversion into matter state. You can build whatever you can extract from the universe, plasmatic magnetic field, with no, what do you call it, no strength dimension. And then you dictate what the strength you want, and then you get copper, you want gold, you want hydrogen, you do the conversion. At the level of the gas, you dictate from the total gas. Next question. There's no more question?
We probably should phase out pretty soon here. It's been pretty much 3 hours or a
There
little
is
over.
there is something I have to add, that the Keshe Foundation is under immense pressure under the Belgian government. That the reason I just came off the line is we've just been told the Belgian central government, directly most probably comes from we know where it comes from, have put pressure on the banks of the foundation to be closed. So the banks of foundation in Belgium has been forced as of yesterday to close the accounts of the foundation by the instruction of the central government. So we have to see where the next step is and what we can do, because now the bank has confirmed to us the bank does not want to close. They've been forced by the central government. So we see the hand of the government in closure and the pressure on the Keshe Foundation. So we have asked for request in writing, and we received it in writing now. They have requested us. It's not theirs. The Belgian government has forced the bank to close the accounts to pressurize the bank. But we have already made contingencies now to see what we can do with this. And there is a pressure at the same time by the Belgian government on the European EU to close all activities of the Keshe Foundation within EU by end of this month. So we announce that in advance. They have done negotiations for solitary confinement of my life for 20 years. For what reason, we do not know. But so we tell you in advance what is about to happen, which is set up by the Belgian government. Now, if it happens, and that's one of the reasons we brought the teachings out, that the students can teach that if Belgian government, now that they've done it with the bank, as you understand, we will release a copy of this letter that you understand exactly what it is. It's not just a talk. They're trying to close the foundation in every way and manners by the central government of Belgium. Don't forget, on the 27th of this month, the King of Belgium is in court to give DNA. And then a lot of things which you said will open up. So they're trying to do a lot of cleanup beforehand.
What would you recommend that people do in regards to donations to the Keshe Foundation in that case?
Donations pay, because now it means we cannot use our PayPal. We've got to see what we're going to do now. Or they allow us to use how long they're giving us to close the accounts. I don't know. We've got to see what the bank conditions is, what the government has allowed them to do.
So
all
people
contribution donations goes directly to the bank in Holland.
So that's
So
okay. The
even if
bank in Holland is fine for
it's the
making
central bank,
donations?
yes,
Okay,
yes, that's the only
good.
way we will receive donations. I know Rick sent me that some people have put some notes that I do the ice bucket or there is a contribution I need. If we need any contribution, it will be done only to the Bank to Holland. Do not make contribution to no organization on the name of cash, whatever, whatever. And even if it's a €5 donation, we most probably sell the books through the same channel. That you do not get the receipt, you just pay for the money of the books to the foundation and you send your address the way we done with some organizations before. So we have to see what position we sit and how the protection given to us by our different governments can we kick into that we can bring this matter to that we can operate. There is a
Also,
very, very high chances. So all the donations you make, you just make through the ABN AMRO Bank of the foundation, which is on the website. We have to see what we're going to do, how we're going to organize it, and we got to speak to the security people in 2 or 3 countries. But if something happens, they try to bring us down, or anything happens to me, as we hear our security people monitoring international, happenings about the foundation. There is a high chances of a fake arrest will be issued to eliminate any contribution. But in any case, as I said before, if they released you that in hassles and resisting arrest he was killed or his broken ribs, we will never arrest. We walk into the way we did with the Canadian. We walk into the prison cells. We have no problem. There will be no reason for kicking or hitting. The same instructions being given to my child because they are trying to kill him too. And this is the plan of the Belgian government. Now you see it. We released this paper from the bank in the coming days that you see how correct we are. The plan is total annihilation of the Cash Foundation for uprooting it. You cannot uproot the job of God. We will show you exactly where you're going to end up. If the Belgian monarchy goes, the whole European monarchy goes. So now you understand why the problem is and how the Cash Foundation has come under such a pressure. What we opened up with the Belgian monarchy will open up the whole structure of the European monarchy, how they are connected in everything else. So you understand why it's a collective job, but that is their problem. They have to respond to their own people, not us. Next question.
Some people were concerned that there was a minimum, I think, $40 or €40 donation for the first level to donate, and apparently on the donation page. Could something be done about
you
that
can,
and make it
no,
lower?
there is no minimum. There is no minimum. There shouldn't be a minimum donation. If there is, the webmaster has to change it because they've done it. There is no minimum. We receive €5 donations all the time.
There is a minimum, Mr.
Is,
Kesh. I went and checked. There is.
So I asked the webmaster to change it. But the thing is, now you make the donation. Pardon? For papers is the minimum donation. I didn't know. Yeah, for papers donation, everything is €5. I check if there is minimum donation €40, but from now on, even a €5 donation, $5 donation, make it to the Cash Foundation account in Holland, because whatever you donate through the PayPal, with them closing our accounts, we will have no access to it. So it's a complication which is put in by what they call it, the Belgian government. We had a court case hearing yesterday in Belgium, trying to wind up the Cash Foundation's companies, and we submitted. We are 100% correct, perfect with our documentation. They could not do anything. Now they are going for closing the bank. We understand what is going on. We are not. All the accounts of the foundation for all the activities is clear-cut, transparent. So they couldn't find anything. So now we receive just a call. You understand, slowly, as I told you months ago, the plan is that there'll be no sign of Cash Foundation on the internet. But they don't understand there are so many books sold and there are so many people carry the knowledge. So we see what the next step shall be and will be. But as you know, please, if you make any donation, go to the Cash Foundation at this moment till we see if the Dutch government will follow the same procedure, or if they will do such a thing. Then we open an account in Tehran. I want to know what they contribute to Tehran. Or we put an account back somewhere in African nations.
I also noticed that yesterday the Belgian government announced that they're starting new regulations for nanomaterials, and it'll be regulated through the health department and so on. They'll be able to have access to any company that is producing nanomaterials for the for consumption, or for not consumption but for manufacturing any kind of nanomaterials. You'll have to register your company and so on. That's supposed to start in, I think, 2 years, in January
because
of 2
don't
years.
forget the nanomaterial production is controlled by IMAC in Belgium, and the King of Belgium has a major share in it.
Yeah, they
So
seem
they
to
want
be
to control
really
their
trying to
income.
get a handle on it and make
Yes.
sure that
This
they
is where
are the ones that run it.
this is where, as I said, our problem started in Belgium years ago when they tested our nanomaterials and they found out what they got in their hand. And then because they couldn't get it, now thanks to their greed, the whole world has it. But in fact, when you make a copper oxide and you make cans and nanomaterials in your house, from now on you're all criminals in Belgium. Or go and register yourself. I've made a nanomaterial which was with a reactor. This is the short-sightedness of the government, because the what do you call it? They do not understand now this is in the hand of every man at the moment in their kitchen.
Yes, and even the major corporations are rebelling against this idea. They don't want to have to go through another layer of
then you have to
regulations
show,
and so on.
you see, you got to understand the structure. When you develop something in another material and you have to go to the government to get a planning permission, it goes through all research development under IWT in Belgium, which is controlled by Hans Brackenier as an internal lawyer, and he sits with the IMEC. So now your information is in the hand of them to do what they like with it. They don't give a permission, but they use it in the background to develop what they want to do to get benefit by it. This is the structure. The nanomaterials, the way we released it, does not need any... I received a paper from somebody who's on the line, who knows who he is, they produce a nano coating on copper wire with vapor at 695 degrees and blah blah in a vacuum hydrogen pump. You produce a nanomaterial in your sink at no cost. If you use wires which have already got a plastic coating, you have your vacuum condition. So you coat your material perfect without any rust, without any what do you call it, oxidization or nano layers, copper oxide on it. So now the technology, this is already out of date. This is already out of date. So all of you in Belgium who you are producing and testing nanomaterials, you have become, what do you call it, criminals. This is the way how the cookie crumbles. And let the nanomaterials to be tested in Africa, as is shown, is possibilities of eradication of the diseases. I hear what do you call it, the use of the silver nanomaterial, because no World Health Organization can dictate how you survive. And the governments, you've seen them in 2-3 different African countries, are rebelling against World Health Organization, because you cannot give us a solution, you cannot tell us what we try to find a solution for our public. I think, as we've seen, as I was talking to some couple of medical people recently, World Health Organization has lost its credibility totally. That's become a controlling system, who can live and who can die. And we needed this Ebola to come to this point. As you've seen, it's so important for the leaders of the Liberia and Sierra Leone that they did not even attend the African leaders meeting in Washington. where 50 other leaders attended, because the health and prosperity of their nations is paramount for them. And now the same people, the same we see in Nigeria, people will try anything to save their nations. The people don't realize. Let me explain to you how bad the situation is in Africa. In Africa, if you've been there, I lived there, I worked there, I admire their integrity and the way these people live. You go to the market, everybody sits on the floor, they bring some potatoes, the other one's got some tomatoes, the other one's got some corn oil. They don't have fancy supermarkets. You sit on the floor in the dust. People come in with their chickens, with their animals, they sell in the market, even on the street. People physically touch each other. Physically, they have no choice. It's the physical. I give you dirty money, you give me dirty money back. I give you this, you give me this back. It's not like when you go to supermarkets in Europe, you have to put a glove on to pick up an apple and then throw your glove away. Now, would you like to be in there and buy a chicken from a guy who's carrying Ebola? Do you think you're going to go to the World Bank and what do you call it, World Health Organization, can I have a permission to get this money? You want to live. And if you have, you're going to go wait to die? You think governments have become that stupid to listen to this arrogance of these pushes just because they think they carry? The problem is we have put an alternative. Now we're going to give it. I spoke with John yesterday as well, because he has connections in Kinshasa, in Congo, that once we understand the full potentials which is coming from Africa within the next few days, if this alternative method we put in the hand of the universities, I told the governors of the universities, if you can commercialize it and make financial gain from it, use it to finance for what the universities don't have, we give you the right. It's your right. So if any gains comes, financial gains in helping people, it goes back in universities to further research and development in the university in Africa. I've already spoke with the chancellor last night. We have a direct contact into the government and into universities. So can they go and say you cannot? If somebody comes from Africa with, as we see now, there are 2-3 cases in Europe, I bet you the first airline, as Yvonne was telling me, Sabina Airline or Brussels Airline, which is called now, is the only airline which flies to Africa at the moment. To Sierra Leone. So now, if our technology shows to be correct and it can disinfect, I bet you Sabina, or what do you call it, Brussels Airline will ask everybody to be disinfected in our nanomaterials before they get on board. You never flown in these countries. A lot of you don't understand. When you board on any flight from Africa to Europe, before even the flight starts, when they close the cabin doors, air hostesses go like to, when you say to somebody hands up, like arresting them, they fly with 2 canisters of fly killers, like things killing the passengers. They're trying to kill any mosquitoes which might have entered the cabin. They spray the whole room. They're scared of malaria coming into Europe through this. You think they're going to let this situation go bypass? If within the next 72 hours, hopefully by next workshop, the African universities will put this material out straight away into test in public, because people are demanding it. You can't tell them, no, you cannot do, you can go and die. The scale of Ebola is so horrendous. I speak to the governments, I speak to the scientists and people in power in Africa. I have 30 years of connection with Africa in the highest level. I would like to know what happens to if somebody gets Ebola, and about a few nurses and doctors die in Belgium because of Ebola which comes in. Belgium has a high rate of African citizens. That's why the flights to Africa doesn't stop by Brussels Airlines because it's more or less the only line which they make profit out of the whole airlines, the best profit. So now cash foundation development in Africa is acceptable. When the plane comes off in Belgium is not acceptable. You will see they'll be running like mad, seeing how they can do it.
It's interesting you mentioned malaria. I just read that there's a new test using magnetic fields to test for malaria. That'll be a desktop, very small, compact, cheap machine instead of the blood tests and expensive machinery they have now for testing for malaria. So, and they say that this new way of testing with magnetic fields will be applicable to many different types of diseases, and that'll be the way it'll be done in the near future.
Yeah, let us see what we can do because everything has a gravitational magnetic field. We build systems to measure it. We have to build systems to measure it.
Right.
Then we understand the gravitational magnetic field of the plasma of malaria and everything else, and then we can neutralize it or create a condition for it to be done. The problem is on no circumstances we can stop the development of the technology and knowledge and science. This is the same why suddenly they are trying to stop the process or use of the nanomaterials in the public. Nanomaterials, the way you used to have heating and vacuum condition, they can control. Now we've shown it the way it's done in the universe. There are no vacuum chambers, there are not heating chambers, there are nothing in the universe, in the galaxies. This is it's a very nice one. It says, what is the Magrath field of royalty and crooks? So he wants to dissolve them. No, we leave it to them. They have their own souls, bless them. Yesterday morning, as I told you, there's a case they set up to close the cash foundations. I woke up in the morning and I said to my wife, she's been, the pressures they're putting on us in Belgium is unbelievable. And I was talking to her and I said, do you know something? Last night before I go to bed to sleep, I prayed for the soul of the judges, that they stand their own truth and the souls directs the act of the man. We don't punish them, we don't go out. We pray for the souls. If it's right, it'll be happening and it'll be the correct way. I believe in this and I live by this ethos and I've lived for years. I'll give you an example. In 1990s, as a lot of you know, some of you might know, I was extremely active at a very high level in commerce. We sent materials, goods, for the support of one group in the one nation which they could not receive goods themselves. And there were some legal problems. They emptied the containers and they said there was nothing in it. So I took this case directly to the Prime Minister of England. I said, this way, then no businessman can send anything to this country because they can empty the containers in custom and then they say there is nothing there. How many millions are we going to lose? Arrangements were made by the office of the Prime Minister, that time was Tony Blair, with the government of the place. So they understood the potential that they cannot send anything, what's going to happen, there's going to be chaos in shipping. The guy who claimed he has not received his goods, he took us to court in the country. So with the arrangement of the British government and their government, I flew in to make a presentation in court for 3 days. These people were so powerful that they bought the judge, and the government realized that the judge who was supposed to make the judgment on the case was already paid off to make the judgment in their favor. As we walked in the case, I was unaware of what's happening. the last second before the judges move into the chamber, the government changes judges. The officials, they changed the case from one judge to another. They knew it's a correct judge. And the judge moved in, and she sat on the bench, and she said, I'm American educated. You don't need to translate to my language. I listen to you because you come from outside, and I make a decision. 3-day case was in less than 1.5 hours, wound up and finished. Before that case, I prayed for the soul of the people who have made this decision that everything goes okay. And you saw how it changed. We came back, I had 3 days of holidays in the country instead of being in the court. Because the judge knew, and they knew what these people are up to. Now it's the same with these people. The judges, yes, they are praying for their soul. Now the case has been set for the 17th of this month to see what instruction again. And our people within the Belgian government have told us that the judges have been told that they have to report the outcome of this case to the central government. The financial case has to be reported to see how they can set up the next trap. People within the structure of the Belgian authorities are fed up of what their government is doing, and they are fully, clearly informing us what is the next in the line. And if you want to know, I tell you what's going to happen to the King of Belgium, what is planned if they lose the case on the 27th. Accidental heart attack. Accidental heart attack. Now, let's see how accidental that heart attack comes around 27th. Or we see the end of the monarchies in Europe. We'll see, we are witnesses to what the history is to make. So, we'll see. We'll see what they plan for themselves, but you know, we know the situation, we are fully informed. Intelligence services are keeping a close eye on the whole situation in Belgium. Very soon, no warrant arrest from the Belgian government will be accepted in many European or world through Interpol, because now they have understood how they make forged papers and arrest people to get to their own clandestine activities. That's my warning to Mr. People who sit as a prosecutors and the police force in Belgium. Your paper warrant arrest will worth nothing on the paper, because it's shown it's been manipulated to suit you, not for criminality. We'll let you know. We try to publish the paper that requests us to close our bank account, that you see how correct we are the minute we are in possession of it. They're giving us 2 months apparently to close the accounts from Belgium. I will do it, but temporarily they have closed the accounts. We just have to settle the situation in the bank. All our books are correct, all the books submitted to the central bank according to Belgian law, or the VATs, everything is 100% correct and submitted. We are a research organization, we finance our research. They cannot pay. You cannot say why a research organization receives money to research. So we understand what the position is. We let you know more as we know, but I warn the Belgian authorities very clearly. European governments are not talking but making a plan to stop these activities of the Belgian government and authorities. I have a lot of respect for the Belgians, and I lived there for 9 years. All this mayhem is because of one man, which is Hans Brackenier. And he's got such a hold on the whole country at the leadership that they have to listen to his clandestine activities. And we have evidence. It's the first time I will release this for the Belgians to know. We have witnesses that the King of Belgium is involved in the extortion of the Keshe Foundation. We submit people who clarify that directly the King himself personally is involved in extortion. I don't make accusation, I submit people in any court of law that they go under oath, even the truth that the King is personally, himself, involved in threats, extortion of the Keshe Foundation. we're not talking, we'll submit 3 people witness to it. So let's see who plays game. When the king has to intervene personally, it means he's benefited by it. Otherwise, a king in the European countries has no power unless there is those benefit.
Okay, maybe we could kind of wrap things up here with
Thank you very much indeed. Sorry about this.
No.
Let me put it this way. I tried to keep things in past few weeks away from the stream we were going, but now that these things has happened, you have to know, because I informed the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers 2 days ago about this situation. But now, because if you say why we can't pay through PayPal or why we can't do the way we're doing it, is because they are closing us down or trying to do. There is no legal reasons for it. The bank confirmed to us today that it's been pressurized by central government. So you have to know why you cannot pay through PayPal or the Keshe Foundation the way you're doing. So you pay directly into what do you call it? Through the AP AMRO account on the donation. Even €5 will be acceptable. There is no problem, as you all know. With you read a paper, you pay your €5. We have to find a way to organize. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for your hard work.
I thought we could sort of end it by tying in. Sandor had a health question he'd like to ask, and I thought you might be able to give a general answer and tie into the health workshop tomorrow that just mentioned that'll be happening.
Have you organized the health workshop with Elia? What time is going to be? When it's going to be?
No, we don't have that organized yet.
Cool. So let me know what time it's going to be, or if tomorrow is too short, organize it for next week. Then we do it properly.
Okay.
And with the knowledge on the website.
Yeah, so that might be better. We could do better.
So organize it with Elia when it suits her, then announce it on the forum, and then we'll go to the next step. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Are you still there, Sandor?
Just something quickly to continue to be nasty. You should be able to open an account in Switzerland without any problems, and there cannot touch anyone. So just a suggestion.
Are you joking?
No.
Yeah, are you joking?
No.
I had a meeting with the top security officers of Switzerland telling me, please do not come to Switzerland. There are 6 American intelligence officers sitting waiting for you to arrive.
And they're opening all the accounts in Switzerland now, at least in Canada. Yes. They've opened them all up.
Yeah,
you can no longer hide in Switzerland if you're Canadian.
No, it's not hiding. It's having an account to be operating under.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The offshore accounts, they're looking at all the offshore accounts in Switzerland and other places now for tax evasion, that kind of thing.
When we get informed by the Swiss intelligence that's what they're planning, so we have to listen. They even know the name of the people and the hotels where they're sitting. This I can put the officer who brought us the information from the Swiss government on the table. He's one of the volunteers in the health section of the Keshe Foundation. So we have no problem with respect. What's the question?
Sandor is on standby here, I think. Can you go ahead, Sandor?
Yes, I am here. Sorry, I was a bit lost in translation. We just got the CT result. It doesn't seem anything too huge problem. It's sold a hypodense area of about 40 millimeter is seen on the endometrium on the left side, and also there are in the inguinal area 2 slightly bigger lymph glands, which is probably of reactive nature, so caused by an infection and so on. So control is recommended. That's recommendation of the CT doctor. I am just fighting now with Microsoft to be able to run this CT viewer, because we have got also a CD with tomorrow we have appointment with my wife's gynecologist, and the next week on Wednesday with the doctor who is prepared to operate.
As I explained before this, I don't know if Vince or Rick recorded it. Before the live session starts, we had a discussion about this case, so we answer to it. If you can add that section to it, Rick, then I understand the explanation. I cannot tell you what to do or what not to do, but I explained to you my opinion about the chemotherapy and operation in cancer. Pardon?
I understood well. Thank you for the detailed explanation. So the most important part, which not to do, it would be to not remove the lymph itself. So the lymph vessels and the lymph.
What happened? The lymphs can be cleaned up. Lymph nodes can be cleaned up. We have seen in the operation there is a technology available to the foundation. You can clean up the lymph. The process you clean up the lymph after remove the cancer is very, very simple. You do it through an oral way, and the lymphs just clean up. If you do the process, you can clean, but you have to stop the source of the feed to the lymph, then you can clean up. There's no use you cleaning up and you then get filled up again. So once the doctors decided whatever they're going to do with the chemo, removal of chemo or whatever they do, if they don't remove the lymph, there is a very natural process. This process of cleaning up the lymph is naturally developed by the brain over millions of years ago on your tongue. You trigger a position that triggers for the lymphs. This is done because in nature over billions of years we come across new food, has new materials in it, which can be used by the body. And the kitchens of the life of body are in the limbs. So in receiving this new material, which first thing touches your tongue, the information is given to the brain, and the brain instructs the limbs how to use this material for what purpose and to what convert it to a mineral to be used absorbed by the body. So you can use the same process to instruct the lymph to clean itself. I've done this for a few years and it works very effectively. But if you have a flow of continuous cancer cells into the lymph, you cannot clean it. Lymph clean, they do a lymph massage to clean up the lymph, but you have to be able to remove the gravitational magnetic field of B12 in the body, because the instruction of the cutting of the bread in the body is done by B12. So, and most of the B12 in the body is on the thymus or in the limbs, because thymus uses it as a dilution to decide the solidity of the material, if it's going to be a heart muscle or the lung tissue, or it's going to be what do you call it, a bone in your face or your lips. The thickness of and the texture of your body, it decides by your thymus, and it needs B12 to do it, because B12 is cobalt, is high radioactive material. That's what you need. You saturate it and you change it. In the lymph section of the body, B12 acts as a knife in cutting the lymph into the sizes which are needed before they are, with the instruction of the thymus, can be changed into the fiber which they have to be. And each lymph in one section is responsible to produce certain materials. So the lymph which is in the heart, what do you call it, in the right arm, does not operate so well with the lymph which is for the stomach, because the lymph stomach is, even though can do the job for the arm to support the arm if the arm lymph is removed, it's mainly trained and tuned to work for the intestine muscles, the livers and everything else. This is the difference, and that's why one of the reasons a lot of people, as you know, the intestine has its own neurosystem, because it informs what it needs continuously, has to change to allow the absorption of different energies across the wall. That's why the neurosystem of the intestine is the same as the brain, but it's independent. So you have to see what your doctors do. We are not doctors. We are scientists looking at the total structure of the human body. But if you can do the chemo, if they remove it without touching the lymph, and then you get a kinesis to clean up the lymph, then you do through a simple process, what do you call it? The cleaning of the lymph, bringing it back the B12s to the level they have to be to operate, and you allow the body to live, and you extend the life. There is a big problem if you clean the lymph after the removing or before removing the cancer cells or chemotherapy, you spread the cancer. You literally put it back in the lymph and it comes up somewhere else. These are the little things which a lot of doctors don't know, but once they're aware of, they are there to help, and they mean to help, but they don't know what the body is doing behind the back. This is the problem. This is the actual problem. If you need any support from us, we are here to help, but at the same time, we have to understand. I usually say if a lymph removed with a cancer, I don't get involved, because this is not something which you can support so easily.
Understand. Also, in the past days, many medical papers about these surgical interventions, and it was a study which used the combined method of treatment by local radiation before and after the surgical operation, and they kept the lymph vessels. They didn't remove the lymph, and they said they had a very good results. And that's why they recommend in that method where the lymph is preserved, because it makes unnecessary problems for the patient. As
doctors are, it's correct. Doctors are realizing the lymphs are the most important part of the human body, and to preserve it at any cost has to be the priority. The radiation, it's good, but we have looked at this for years. Don't forget, my background starts from the field of radiation. And radiation, there is some problem with the radiation, not all the time. It depends how good the machine is, and then priority, and most of it sits on how good is the radiologist which does the radiation, because you can burn the tissues, or you cannot literally kill all the spread. In the cases like this, if you speak to your doctors, chemotherapy is one of the best, because even radiation is localized. It's the same as a knife. What about if there is one cell beyond where the radiation has been applied? Then it has a chance to grow.
Yeah, I had experience such a radiation, which my father took such a cobalt radiation in preparation for his larynx or throat cancer operation. Actually, the tumor was very little, like a piece of rice. He was operated well by a very good surgeon. His vocal cords have been preserved. He was able to work for over 25 years after that operation, which was done in the 60s. But later, he had a complication due to the radiation which we received. So the place which was radiated, so not which was operated, but the other tissues which were radiated, started to form an ulceration, So he had complete laryngectomy, and finally this never healed. So it was an ulcer which limited his.
Radiation therapy has its own advantages, but to my understanding and my work, what I've done on research on, chemotherapy is one of the best solutions for a cancer, because if you can see, it's very much go back compared to nanotechnology. For you to see that black material on a copper, it has to be tens of thousands of layers. For the doctor to see the first cancer tissues, it means a lot of cells have already been produced. And if they are produced in that location, where else have they gone to? When they are together as a lump, you see them. But if they are floating, and they're very strong because they made their own cell, their own structure.
Yes.
But what about the ones which are floating around weaker? The chemotherapy manages to dissolve those in the structure of the body, and then you have no more to, at least you minimize the chances of the spread. It's a very fine position, and at the moment with what we do in the Keshe Foundation on the cancer research side, we've seen enough good results. I've shown the blood test samples to Yvonne, which has been coming from our chemotherapy cancer removal in volunteer. We try, it takes months and months to bring back the immune system back to its normality. But even though in a short time, the doctors, even the chemotherapy center, in doing tests and doing MRI from the position where the cancer was, they given a clean bill of health. But still, it takes time to build up the T cells and B cells to bring up the immune system that the body can stand for itself. B17, B7. We talk about B17 another day. Shops. Okay. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much indeed for all your work. I think, Rick, once we go off the line, don't switch the live stream off, and if you can, just in the background play what we spoke before about this cancer at the end of this session, that it doesn't become two separate things.
Okay,
If you have the
we'll try to do that. Vince, do you have the recording that we could add on?
I have to stop the recording from my side first.
Okay.
And then I'll see what I can do about playing it into the mic.
Yeah, somehow that the stage, because I think it's important for other people to understand the question which was put in, and at the end we try to answer it. Okay. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you all the best. Please organize Rick with Elia for the health. Yes. And on Monday, if you can.
Sorry, Mr. Keshe, your last sentence died there, so could you just say that again?
I said if you can organize for Monday to do the first theoretical teaching, and then organize a section for the health teaching next week with Elia, that we still start, and then we find a child teaching and other teachings in the following days, in the following weeks we add up.
And will we have another Knowledge Seekers workshop next Thursday as well?
Every Thursday, on the Thursdays we do a general,
right,
covering all aspects. Okay. But on the medical side, we just speak about the medical in detail, because there are a lot of scientists and doctors who want to know in detail.
And how can people access the health workshop? Do they have to have certain requirements to?
No, we make it open. Let it be open. Let it be totally open.
It'll be open, but they'll probably
Yeah.
have to register in some way with their new format.
Not
isn't there?
really. I think
No? It's not
we
important.
have to make it open.
Okay.
It's for people to understand what their limit of usage and understanding is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because then what happens to the doctor in Africa who cannot access or code it?
Mm-hmm.
I always think at the bottom of the scale, then we have to see what best can do.
Yeah, great. Thank you
I'd
very
still like to
much.
talk to you, Mr. Kesh,
Thank you.
regarding what I sent
Pardon?
you for that email. I said I'd still like to talk to you about
Yes.
that email that I sent you because I think that would help a lot in the teachings.
I think, can we make a Skype talk tonight or tomorrow? I don't know if I have one time. If you organize a time with Rick and the Skype, 3 of us, we get online and we sort that out. It's a fantastic idea. It's a perfect
Okay,
idea,
great.
but you are knowledgeable in that side. I don't have much knowledge, so it goes back to you how you do it. I agree with it, but I
Yeah.
don't understand the process and the system. Yeah.
Okay,
So
no problem.
you
I'm
enlighten
sure we
us
can
and
discuss
teach us.
that.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank Bert in the background. He's doing a lot of work. I appreciate your work and thank you very much for everything you're doing.
You're welcome. Still working on it.
Thank you very much indeed. Have a nice day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you.
Bye.
So this is
Okay,
not
so Rick?
not the end of the workshop, just so people on a live stream know that we're going to attempt to add on what was talked about by Mr. Kesh before the workshop began in the health side. So I'm just going to turn the live stream microphone off for a minute here, and if people want to hang in, we'll try to get that set up.
Okay, so I'll just end the workshop now, and thanks everybody for joining on GoToMeeting and stuff. Have a good night. Okay, so that's stopped.
So Vince, what is this teaching thing you guys are going?
Okay, well let Vince get this set up as soon as possible here with the audio, so we can get it onto the live stream. Okay, here's the this is the recording from earlier, playing now. I've already started. Okay, I'm going to restart the live stream, so just a minute. Okay, go ahead. You want some live stream, do you, Sandra? I understand. So I'm asking Mr. Cash to have his advice. My wife had an operation, curettage, 1 month ago because she had irregular bleeding. She is age of 54. And so she had such a women's bleeding which was not stopping for many weeks. So she was checked by ultrasound. It was fine. The endometrial
part, the endometrine, was abnormally thick of 26 millimeters, so doctor decided for this curettage. After that, they made 3 kind of tests for different type of tumors or cancer. First 2 blood tests were obtained quickly. They were negative, but now, really late, at the end of August, we have got the cytology test. So they studied at microscope that those cells which were extracted, and they found adenocarcinoma cells of cell type grade 3. And now, time being, she has got the advice to urgently, so within a couple of weeks, to get operation of hysterectomy to prevent anything more difficult. And I know this hysterectomy used also to extract such a lymph conducts and lymph ganglions from the abdomen. And she is very much scared about the possible outcome. And I'd like to ask, what is the experience with this kind of patients, if you had any, about such an endometrial adenocarcinoma?
What I can advise you, first of all, I'm not a doctor. We look at it from the Keshe Foundation point of view of our research. I haven't seen the details. I can't give you a specific answer. But my general line of thinking is that when you find cancer in these kind of conditions, or that it is found the way you explained, the best way, because we don't see where the cancer is initially spread. You see it in one place, but it's already within the lymph system. So my advice usually to people who, I read papers and in our researches, do not ever take a cancer lump or cell out without a small period pre-chemotherapy beforehand. Because even the best expert doctor cannot take the full cancer cell out of any part of the body. And if it's gone even in small amount to the lymph or other parts. So what you do, or what my advice is when I read papers like this, I think the doctors should advise their patients the same, is a small course of chemotherapy. And then if they want to remove whatever else without removing the lymph, and then another small course of chemotherapy. The reason for the 2 small courses of chemotherapy is that if there are any loose, weak cancer cells within the structure of the body, these small courses gets rid of them, or confine them, or rejects them. And then no doctor is so expert to find where the last cancer cell within the structure of a tumor is. So if the knife falls slightly on the wrong side, you still got cancer cells growing on the other side, which you think you removed all the cancer. So because on the periphery of the cancer tumor, the cells are not so tightly packed and so strong, the second course can literally bring those out of the system as well, or gets rid of them. So this is an insurance policy. In some doctors who are well expert in these cancer things, they always do it. There are doctors in Belgium, I know, they do this, and the result is 100% success. I know a large number of cases done, and this is one of the beautiful things with the doctors in Belgium. In one hospital, I know who he does it, that you do chemo, you remove the tumor, and then you carry on with a good course of chemo, then you guarantee the success of the operation. And this is just being understanding the reality and not just going in there taking something out. And as I always say to doctors, please advise doctors, do not remove the limbs, because limbs are the kitchen of the body. And if you move the one kitchen, the legs, the arm, the intestines, whether that lymph is, what do you call it, monitoring and supplying the, what do you call it, the food and other minerals too, has to move to another kitchen. So it moves to another nearest lymph which can support and uptake the pressure or the work of the lymph which has been removed. So you spread the cancer if there is anything left in there. My advice is to all the doctors who are, I know a large number of doctors listen to this program, and as of tomorrow I've asked Ivan and Elia to start a health program teaching as we promised to start. I don't know what they organize, they let us know. But as of next week, every week, we'll have a full session on the medical side. And I try to cover this fully. We cannot, there is no use, no one can tell you off just because what you say in what we see is totally different 90% of the time. But if I was anybody who goes through this kind of thing, I always advise a good, even if you delay the operation by 3-4 weeks or 5 weeks or 6 weeks, but you ensure the spread is controlled. And why chemo is working, it still keeps the tumor intact. It doesn't allow the spread. And then you remove it, and then you do a good course of chemotherapy, and you live a long time. And depending on the age, if she is over 50, 55, we know once you get there, according to, as I repeat this because it's important, that with the research done by the Canadian scientists, the average age after chemotherapy over age of 55 is between 5 to 7 years. 80-85% of the people have that lifespan. And the reason for this is that the chemo weakens the absorption of the lymph for the bone marrow, and it's the immune system which fails. And for that, we have already developed the technology and we have tested it in Europe, and it confirms the correctness of it. So if she has the chemotherapy and the course of it, removal and then the course of chemotherapy, she can always come back to the foundation. We have the systems which she just spends an hour a day, half an hour a day, and with the system, and this allows the lymphs to go through this to allow the lymphs to become what do you call it, to strengthen the immune system of the body through B cells and T cells and the bone marrow, which we have explained before. So the best thing is we're trying to develop this further with the people who had the chemo and they come to the foundation. It's a very simple system. It's like when you have a bucket of beans in a soup. The beans are, when you put it through a sieve, the beans are cancer cells and the soup, the liquid, is the lymph. If you, and the body of the sieve is your bone. When you take chemotherapy, the soup particles expand and they become the size of beans. So they cannot go through the structure hole of the sieve. So when, as you know, when you put too much sand in the sieve, you stop the flow of the water. This is exactly what happens when you go to chemotherapy. You add up these cells on the bone structure, and then this large size beans have two effects on the bone. Not only, first of all, they stop the what do you call it, the passage of the lymph to become bone marrow. The other thing they do, they literally suffocate the bone. The bone becomes, what do you call it, coated with these things, and it cannot work, so it becomes soft. And then they call it the secondary cancer, bone cancer. Bone cancer with chemotherapy doesn't exist. What we see as dark materials, even with the cancer when there is no chemotherapy, is because the cells of the cancer, they become part of the lymph and they get attached to the bone. So the bone suffocates. It doesn't get a cancer. Bone cancer does not exist. cancer is calcium. If you put a calcium on the table and you see you get cancer, then you get a cancer in your bone. What we see is the marks on the scans with the bone cancer, they call it, or secondary cancer. It's not a cancer. It's the damage, which suffocation of the, or I call suffocation, but in a way blocking of the calcium, the passages of the bone are caused by the cancer cells or by the lymph cells which expanded to chemotherapy, to not allowing the new calciums to be absorbed to regenerate itself. Because the calcium to the bone is absorbed through the, I'll explain this, through the vibration of the internal structure of the bone itself, which creates a magnetic gravitational fields which is equal to calcium, which extracts that plasma from the lymph, and then it becomes bone. Now you put a barrier with a cancer cell, that regeneration cannot continue. So you find that the bone starts having problem in regeneration, and they call it the cancer of the bone. But one of the things which we were discussing this with Marco here yesterday, with the picture we're looking at with the bone scan, is that people which the bone cancer goes to, or what they call the bone cancer, which is the blockages of the reproduction of the calcium by the bone, is a lot of pain. The pain is not due to what they call the cancer. The pain is because when you get these cells or beams put between the bone and the skin of the bone, we call it in the medical terminology, this separation causes, like when you pull your skin off, when you put hot boiling water on your skin, you get a blister, and that blister hurts. Now, with a cancer cell or the enlarged lymph, you create the same thing on the skin of the bone. So you create a blister, and the pain comes from that. This pain can be reduced. We have the technology to do it. We are in a position, we've done it several times. But it depends that you have to be able to reach, good morning, John. You have to be able to reach all the infected or cells of the bone which are blocked by the by the enlarged lymphs. So this is a detailed teaching which we start going through in the coming weeks for the medical people who work with us. The understanding is, if I was anybody with a cancer, especially with lumps of cancer or cells which can be detected in the numbers, is always ask, I accept the operation, but I would like to have a chemo removal and a good course of chemo. You extend the good life, even if it's whatever it is, 5 or 7 years, especially if it's in older ages. But now that we have added to the knowledge, hopefully sooner or later, the foundation on the health side or the pharmaceuticals will join us to develop this technology to reduce the side effects of chemotherapy in any shape or form. And then you'll find out people will go in and line up in the hospitals and ask for chemo. Because the damages we see, or what they call the damages we see with the chemo, is the effectiveness of the chemotherapy, which releases high energy into the digestion system and the blood system, and this high energy balloons up the limbs, and these limbs cannot pass the bone, and not passing the bone structure to be able to produce the bone marrow leads to the secondary problems with the immune system, because you don't create enough, because you blocked it yourself. Now that we can deballoon it, everything goes to normal, and you have a normal life, more or less. Sorry about this, but I had to explain that, in my opinion, is understood fully in detail, the reasons behind it.
Mr. Fish, would you like to maybe continue with that in some way? Okay, so that was the recording from pre-workshop where Mr. Kesh was answering a question from one of our Skype participants. So we've added that on to the end of the workshop at the request of Mr. Kesh, and I hope you enjoyed that additional information. So that'll be the end of the 26 Knowledge Seekers workshop. And thank you, everyone. That was lots of good information in that one. That's it for now.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
As soon as I get the thing, there we go.